The princess of Jesus just came with honors and purity of heart, carrying her torch of authority, with shining crown bestowed upon her by Father God Almighty. God-eyed she, tuned about the princess of the King, who set her to a rightful majesty. Oh, Princess Lily, that with the lion heart, praises of love and bountiful of golden lily. Her light will be spread the entire world, regardless her enemies plot not to succeed. Yes, her beauty is stunning and amazing power. Her kingdom will know, and for her spiritual guide will be seen. She is truly princess of God. God is my shield, is her voice. Queen Lily of the valley, titled the sweet flower lily, represent her identity. Oh, warrior princess, let your sword swing in the air to kill the she prepared to win this battle. Prayers heard by Father in heaven, her journey full of sacrifices, never defeated. Sa pagkising, ikaw pa rin ang nasa isip, bawat sandali. Pati sa pagtulog, ikaw ay nasisilayan, kasama sa panaginip. Anong sarap sa pakiramdam mo, aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya. Ngunit sa pagmulat, akala ko'y nandyan ka na, panaginip lang pala. Bakit ba ganyan ka? Sana ang panaginip ay maging isang buhay na imahe sa aking harapan. Magkatotoo sana, o aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya o panaginip. Kailan ka magiging tunay? Sa hinaharap ng aking puso, magkaroon ng kulay kahit makisilayan kasama sa panaginip. Anong sarap sa pakiramdam mo, aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya. Ngunit sa pagmulat, akala ko'y nandyan ka na, panaginip lang pala. Bakit ba ganyan ka? Sana ang panaginip ay maging isang buhay na imahe sa aking harapan. Magkatotoo sana, o aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya o panaginip. Kailan ka magiging tunay sa hinaharap ng aking puso? Magkaroon ng kulay kahit sa panaginip.
Ano mga
Tagwan at himpilan ng mga revolusyonaryo at matatagpuan din sa lalawigan ng Quezon na tinaguriang summer and art capital ng ng St. Louis Bishop Parish na mas kilala bilang Lokban Church. Isa sa mga pinakamahalagang simbahan sa lalawigan ng Quezon, ang simbahan ay nagsisilbing sentro ng pananampalataya, kasaysayan at kultura ng bayan. Itinatag ang parokya noong August 19, 1595 ng mga Franciscan missionaries sa ilalim ng patron ni San Luis Obispo. Ang unang simbahan ay yari sa mga magaan na materyales tulad ng kawayan at nipa, bago ito pinalitan ng mas matibay na estaturang bato sa mga sumunod na taon. Sa paglipas ng panahon, ang Lokban Church ay naging saksi sa maraming pangyayari sa kasaysayan ng bayan mula sa panahon ng kolonyalismo hanggang sa makabagong panahon at nanatiling buhay sa simbolo ng pananampalataya at pagkakakilanlan ng mga Lokbanin. Kaya tara, samahan niyo ako sa isang masayang paglalakbay papuntang Lokban, Quezon. Welcome back po muli sa ating panibagong paglalakbay at pagkulas. At nandito tayo ngayon sa may Quezon, sa may bayan tayo ng Lokban ngayon. Welcome 2026, no? Ang unang bayan natin ngayon is itong Lokban, dito sa may probinsya ng Quezon. Dito tayo ngayon sa may simbahan ng St. Louis Bishop Parish, dito sa may mismong sentro ng Lokban. Naimbitahan po tayo dito ng kanilang historian. Iikot tayo dito sa buong simbahan. Alamin natin lahat ng mga istorya dito na nakapaloob at napakaganda nito, guys. Nandito po si Sir Jojo, yung ating mag-ikot dito sa atin sa simbahan. Ito si Sir Jojo, yung historian ng Lokban. Good morning po.
Good morning, sir.
Opo. Sir, bigyan mo naman ako ng mga kwento tungkol dito sa may simbahan niyo, sir. Kung kailan po siya naitatag.
So, nakikita po yung establishment ng parish at saka ng bayan ng Lucban. Actually, ang bayan po ito ay natagpuan ng mga Franciscans noong pang 1578. Pero may mga community na dito, pero hindi agad nakapagtayo ng bayan. Nabuhulan nila ang mga tao pero wala pa silang napa-assign na pari at wala pa silang nai-assign dito na gobyerno domicilio. At noong taong 1595, doon pa lamang nila formal na din dineklara ang bayan ng Lucban at ang parokya na bilang opisyal na bayan at parokya ng bayan ng Lucban. So kaya ang official findings po namin ng foundation ay August 19, 1595. Although 1578 ay nagpunta na dito sina Fray Juan de Plasencia at saka si Diego de Oropesa. Okay, that time. And then yung unang community namin dito sa Lucban ay hindi dito sa lugar na ito ng bayan. Doon sa isang baryo namin na tinatawag namin Kulati. So doon, accordingly, doon nang nakuha yung pamayanan. And then nakailang palit ng simbahan, lagi na susunod. And then later on, in 1629 to 1630, naisipan nilang humanap ng another place na mas mainam kaysa doon sa dating tinitira nila. At sa ngayon pa rin sa aming alamat at kasaysayan, ang pinagpasayan nila ng pagpili ng lugar na mainam panirahan ay yung mga pangitain. So, nung meron silang isang lugar na pinuntahan dito, nagbasid sila at nakita nila ay uwak. So, since na uwak ay raven, ay symbol ng bad omen, kaya sila yung naghanap ng panibagong lugar. At accordingly, dito sa lugar na ito ng simbahan, ay maraming puno ng lukban. At habang sila yung namamahinga, nakakita sila ng mag-asawa kingfisher o salaksa. At sa ayon sa mga natutubo, ito ang magandang pangitain. Sapagkat yung salaksa, bukod sa makulay, ay napakaganda ng tinig niya. So, kaya napag-desisyonan nila na lumipat dito at dito na itayo ang pamayanan at ang simbahan. So, kaya nung 1630, dito na nila inilipat, dito na sila nanilahan at dito nila tinayo ang ikalawang simbahan. So, pagkat yung unang simbahan, tinayo nila ay dun sa barangay o nayo ng Pulapi. And then ito naman structure po na ito, ito ay dati ay light materials din lamang nung lumipat sila ng 1630. So, from time to time na nasisira siya kaya nasusunog, pinapalitan nila ng mas malaki. No? Pero itong bato na ito po ay sinimulan nilang gawin ay noong 1733. At ito po ay natapos ng 1738. No, itong simbahan mismo na ito. And then, ang simbahan po ay hindi agad siya isang buo na natapos. Ang kumbento ay nagawa siya ay 1742. Ang kumbento, and then ang kampanaryo, na ginawa po yan ay 1749. So, gano'n na po katanda ang aming simbahan. Pero, sad to say, lalo po Second World War, to be specific, I think April 4, 1945, nung natatalo ng mga Japanese ay binomba ng mga Amerikano ang lukban and then natama yung simbahan. Kaya ang loob ng simbahan namin ay na-damage. Lalo tigit yung aming retablo na original, siya po ay nasira. Kaya hindi na po namin na ibalik at gumawa na lamang ng bagong retablo. But just the same, ay na-retain po at na-maintain itong structure or building na ito na simbahan ni San Luis Obispo.
Sir, napansin ko pala dito sa mga instruktura natin, no? Grabe yun. Ano po ito? Gawa po saan?
Adobe yung lahat yan.
Adobe?
Ako.
Kaya nilapitan natin, sir. Ito pala yun. Parang ano siya, no? Parang pagbabasa.
Kinakapitan ko talaga siya ng lubot. But then, ang katulad din sa ibang mga bayan, ang adobe usually, ang nagdidikit nito ay iaapo, and then bisig puti ng iglog, and then pulot na pupiyutan. So, yun ang kalimitang nagpupulto. Kaya, ang mga adobe, usually, wala akong mga bakal yan.
Talagang ano lang talaga.
Yes. So, kaya ang mapapasalan ninyo, may mga support siya, itong ganyang poste. Yan ang pinaka-support para hindi magumuho ang pagandang simbahan.
Grabe, no?
Yan.
Ilang taon kaya ano to, sir? Matapos to?
Ano no?
Itong buong ano to?
Bali, so far, mga 1949, nung huling ginawa ito, and then yung pinakapasa ng simbahan, ay sometime 1949 din. Pati yung design niya, ay 1949 pa rin siya.
Alam pa ng mga hapon. So sir, dito po, nakikita natin na yung mismo na. Ito pong pintuan dito, sir.
Ito actually nabago na siya kasi yung original niya talaga nasira na.
Pero napakataas, no? Tara sir, pasok tayo sa may loob.
Sige.
Ayan, kita tayo sa loob.
Ito sir, itong lugar na ito na pinatatayo na imahe ni San Luis Obispo, dati ang nakatayo dyan, yung Santo Cristo na nasa sa unahan ng simbahan. Yun ang original na nakatayo dati dyan. At siya may merong hagdan na doon sa itaas na yun, doon nakakabidus yung imahe ni Cristo. And then mapapasin mo, kaya na medyo malayo mo, yung paa niya talagang itim na. Kasi nga yan nakalimitang pinupunas ng mga tao pag sila imahe dati dyan.
Okay.
And then around mga 1980s, ay inalis na diyan yung pinakahagdanan at hinuka yan. So nung hinuka yan, nandito mismo ako, nakakuha niya ng 6 na kalansay.
Diyan po.
So ilalim niyan, oo.
Nakita nga po natin.
Yes.
Diyan po mismo sa may ilalim.
Dito po, sa ilalim niyan. Ito po dati ay may hagdan siya, tingkabilang side. And then doon sa ibabaw, meron siyang parang magulahe. And then dyan umiikip po sa paa, yung mga panyo ng mga tao, pinutunas sa paa ni Jesus Christ. No, nung tinignan ko siya, yung mga bungo niya parang malalaki. So kaya sabi ko nung una, baka posibleng hindi siya sa Pilipino. Maaari siya bungo ng Kastila. Posible ha. And then nung time na yun, nakakuha nga yung bungo na 6. Sabi ko sa nagtatrabaho, sir, ibigay niyo sa akin yan. At ililibing namin na maayos. Pero dahil natakot siya ba nagtatrabaho, sabi nila, sir, huwag na lang ako, ibabalik na lang ko namin dito, baka hindi ko patulogin ng mga may-ari dito. So kaya ibalik ko na diyan yung 6 na kalansay.
Ibig sabihin nandiyan pa.
Nandiyan pa rin sila, sir.
Mas may ano dito pa rin, mismo.
Nandiyan pa rin sa Rolo dyan. Kaya mapapasin mo dito, bago na yan, hindi siya kapareha dito. Yan, yan itong normal na ito, yan mismo yung nandiyan yung hagdan at saka sa.
Ibig sabihin kaya hagdanan dito. Tapos sa ilalim po nito.
Nasa ilalim mo yan. At mismo narito ako nung ibinalik na ayaw na nabigay sa akin.
Nagulat ako doon na. Tapos ang mali ang patron po dito.
San Luis Obispo.
Ayan, si San Luis Obispo. Ito po. Ang patron ng Lukban, si San Luis Obispo. Yun pala, kinilabutan ako doon sa may ito. May anin pala dito na...
Bukod doon, katulad sa ibang mga simbahan, meron nila kami mga nakalipid mismo sa loob ng simbahan.
Okay.
Na dito sa may harapan, meron dyan. And then sa loob ng sakristiya, meron din doon Mucho. Kung minsan meron pa sa mga pader eh. Doon nilang nililibing. Yung iba naman, maghay dyan, may mga dyan dyan. Actually, dati ito nga, nahinayang ako, sana hindi lang sinimentohan to eh. Sabi ko, dapat nilabas nila yung adobe. Kaya lang, nung 1960s, nung inayos ito, sinimentohan na siya. Pero dati adobe yan.
Ito po mismo yan.
Tapos ang flooring nito nung una, ay yung red bricks. Yung original po niya ay red bricks. Kaya lang, nung 1960s, 70s, pinalitan ang flooring niya.
So mga ano talaga to, mga pure na ano po talaga to, no?
Oo.
Yung parang ano siya, may tawag doon eh. Yung...
Tisa.
Ayun, tisa.
Tisa ano siya. Tisang pula. Ang isa pa sa dito, yung kami sa binyagan namin, sa lugar na yon, may nandun pa yung original namin dati na, na retablo. But then, noong 1970s, ay hindi na namin nakita. At itong mga 1990s, na-discover namin na nandun pala siya sa Villa Escudero.
Saan yung Villa Escudero?
Sa Chaong, Quezon City.
Ano po yan?
Actually, siya ngayon ay, ini-open na siya sa public ngayon para siyang, para farm resort siya na malawak yun, and then meron sila sariling simbahan, may sariling museum.
Ibig sabihin nandun na po yung retablo lang.
Nandun, no. Ngayon, nung research ko, talagang inallowed naman ng Vatican during that time, after the war, na magbenta ng gamit ang mga simbahan para lang maipa-repair ang mga simbahan. Kasi yung mga simbahan during that time, hindi sila napasama doon sa War Rehabilitation Act ng Amerika. Kalimitan na pinunduhan lamang nila mga government buildings, pero simbahan hindi nila pinunduhan. Kaya nangyari, talaga napilitang magbenta ng mga gamit sa simbahan para lang maayos ang mga simbahan.
Natin makita yung retablo niya ngayon, Sir Jojo. So guys, ito, yung mismong loob ng simbahan, nakikita natin, may ilaw na tayo. Yan. Tapos nakita na natin yung buong ng simbahan. Nakita natin dito, yung itaas. Dito sir, ano po yung retablo na napalitan na siya?
Yeah, yung original na retablo namin, malaki siya. Talaga hanggang sa taas. Yung usual na retablo katulad sa ibang mga simbahan. Pero noong nga April 4, 1945, nung binumba ito ng mga Amerikano dahil sa pagkakala na nagtatapon dito mga Hapon, so na-damage ang simbahan, ang buong. Tapos itong retablo na damay, halos mga pader lang ang talaga natin during that time.
Wonder Train is my go-to. I know that when I put Wonder Train on, it's going to take care of me and support me and make me feel confident week after week, lift after lift.
If the Colonel saw the price of a lunch today, he'd have some choice words. But with KFC's $5 bowls packed with all this crispy chicken, he wouldn't have any words at all, because his mouth would be filled with gravy and greatness. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Kaya ako noong 1960s, ang pinagawa ng retablo dito ng una ay kahoy din. Pero hindi na siya katulad ng original. Kaya yun dati meron din siyang inakyatan sa likod, katulad dito sa ibang mga simbahan. Meron siyang naka-elevate sa likod, parang cabinet doon sa ilalim na malaki. At dito sa gitna niya, dati meron din diyang daan pa ilalim. Yes, dyan sa sentro niya. Meron din yung butas papunta sa ilalim.
Sa Longos.
Yes, oo. Sa Longos, napanood ko, sabi katulad siya. Pero, noong mga 1970s, tinakpan na siya ng mga kahoy. Dahil ayaw na rin papasukan ng pare. So kaya, since then, wala talaga nakapasok dyan. Hanggang sa ginawa na siyang semento noong 1960s.
Wala na pong tagusan sa likod niya.
Wala na. Kaya wala na siyang daan sa likod. Hindi tulad na wala.
So ibig sabihin sa Jojo, etong way na to, possible ito, may tunnel yan? Pag ganun?
Hindi namin masabi sa nagkonekta kasi ang adoption niyang tunnel o butas ay nandun sa ilalim ng sa ilalim ng tinikilan ng mga pare.
Okay.
Yes, oo.
So hindi natin alam kung saan nakaan pala.
Oo. At saka sila, medyo mahaba ang kwento niya kasi noong 1990, around 1995, kasi 1987, pinapasok ko yan, mga 1980s, 70s. Yung loob niyan, ganun lang kataas yung kuweba niya, yung
Ay,
pinapunas niya.
sir, na na-witness niyo yung tunnel.
Yes, so nakapasok ako, pero hindi doon sa pailalim. Ano, pasok ko yung loob lang. Kasi yan, yung pinakabutas niya na ganyan kalaki, nagapang karon.
Ma'am, pwede ba natin kung saan eksakto
Yes, yes, oo.
Sige.
And then pagdating mo doon sa, siguro around mga 4 meters, pwede ka na tumayo, malaki na yung loob niya. Pero doon sa ikatlong pagpasok ko doon, bata pa ako noon, may na-discover ako na sa gitna nung pinakang kuweba niya, mayroong portion ng lupa, rectangular, na bumaba ang lupa. So parang sabi ko ba kaya bumaba ang lupa niya?
Ibig sabihin, mayroon nga doon.
Sabi ko parang ito, lumulubog yung lupa niya, pero rectangle. So ang ginawa ko, tinakpan ko siya ng hero. And then after several months, bumalik uli ako doon. Pinasok ko siya, and then nakita ko na ang lupa talagang bumababa, may lumabas na isang baitang.
Ibig sabihin,
Isang
yung
Yes.
tunnel sa...
At nung pinakahuling pasok ko diyan, around mga 1980s o early 80s, nung ulit pinasok, may apat na baitang na, pero may tagong pa rin lupa.
Ibig sabihin, malalim pa po.
Malalim siya. So ang ginawa namin, since na, and then, nagpunta dito ang tourism office ng probinsya in 1980s at pinasamahan sa akin yung pare, yung sinasabing kuweba. So sinamahan ko sila sa loob. Unfortunately, yung kuweba nagkaroon ng tubig. Nagtubig yung kuweba. Kasi napapansin ko, yung pinakabalik na butas doon sa isang dulo niya, may nakasaksak na tubo. Na yung tubo, nung tingnan ko, ay galing sa katabing bahay, nakala siguro nila kanal. Kaya doon sinusok yung tubo ng kanilang lababo, doon lumalabas ang tubig. Kaya doon nagkatubig. Kaya sabi ng tourism office, babalikan naman namin yan after 1 week, magdadala kami ng pump. So nung paglabas namin, kinausap ako ng Paris Place, sabi niya, Joe, huwag mo nang samahan sa susunod kasi hindi natin alam kung ano ang kanilang objective, bakit interesado sila dito. So since then, hindi na pinapasukan yun. But then ako naman, matigas ang ulo. After 1 or 2 months, pinasok ulit siya. Yes. Unfortunately, nung pagpasok ko, dumakit ako, meron nakialam pala, may naghukay sa loob.
May nag-excavate ba?
Yes, may nag-excavate. So ngayon, nawala yung pinakang inaalaga pa na butas doon. Kasi kabuuhin mo kanya eh.
Anong year po yan, sir?
Mga 1980, yung nagkakamali, mga 1982.
Ay, matagal na rin.
Yes, oo. Matagal na. Bata pa rin ako kasi
Sir,
yun.
mamaya, pwede ba natin,
Yes, pupuntahan natin yan.
Pero pansin ko dito, Sir Jojo, parang yung bintana ako napapansin dun sa ibabaw.
Yes, sir. Actually, yun, nilagyan na lang siya na parang pinaka-picture. Oo.
Pero hindi siya totally, bintana, na parang...
Yes, sir, kung mapupunta ka dyan sa ibabaw niya, meron siyang 2 step. Bago yan. Pero hindi mo masabing bintana, hindi mo masabing pinto. Ngayon, kaya nung nire-research nga nung una, sabi ko, saan kaya ito? Bakit ito may butas? And then may screen yan. May screen doon. Yes, so may screen yan itasa yan. Ngayon, nung ako nag-research, bakit meron ganyan? And then according, anak ko ako, kasi itong konvento namin dito sa katabi nito, yan ay kalimitan tuluyan ng mga opisyal ng gobyerno. Tsaka yung mga matataas na may katungkulan sa simbahan. Ito yung parang pinaka-hotel nila nung una kasi wala namang hotel eh. So dito sila tumutuloy, kaya meron kami dito tinatawag na kabalyaresa. Ang kabalyaresa, nakatabi nito, yun at parang lahat ng mga kabayo, karawahin ng una. Kasi nakapasok. Hindi nasa likod pa. Likod pa, dito lalabas tayo. Kaya nasabi, itong lupa ay paborito puntahan ng mga opisyal ng gobyerno na Kastila at saka ng simbahan. Kaya meron kami kabalyaresa na doon nga ay binagrahe ang mga karawahin at saka mga kabayo. So accordingly, kapag meron kami mga bisita doon ng mga high-ranking officials ng government as well as ng church, ay kapag nagsisimba, kung sino man yung mataas ng tungkulin, dito siya nagsisimba. Hindi siya humahalo sa tao. Dito siya nakikinig ng misa, habang nagmimisa, nandun siya. So yun ang purpose, yung talang purpose niya noon.
Kasi parang kakaiba siya.
Yung kabila, tinan mo, wala. Painting lang siya.
Painting lang yan.
Pero ibinagay din. Kasi since nung naglagay kami dito ng mga stained glass, yan, pinintahan na rin yan para makabagal.
Para parehas sa kanila.
Yes, oo.
Ito lang ito guys, yung na yan. Yung...
Tingnan mo ito, narito rin sa tayo.
Ito nga.
Oo.
1917.
Yes.
Pinakalibig ko dyan.
May nakalibig dito.
Pinakalibig.
Meron pa kami doon sa loob na sa Cristia. Meron pa din doon.
Kasi kadalasan sa mga talagang lumang simbahan, mapapansin mo, mga ganyan talaga. Sa Panay po, may ganyan pala.
Meron. Meron din. Yan kalimitan yung mga may influential tao sa simbahan, sa gobyerno. Kalimitan nakaka-kalimitan.
Kasi ang ibig sabihin daw po niyan, kaya nila nilibig dito para mas mapalapit daw sa sa langit. Ganun kasi yung sabi niya.
Ganun paniniwala ng iba.
Para mas mabilis daw na agad sa langit.
Kasi yung patron namin dito ay sa San Isidro. Kaya kami meron dito sa San Isidro Festival every May 15. Yung San Isidro Festival, yun yung tinatawag ng tourism na Queen of all festivals. Kasi very colorful siya. At saka ang mga ang decorate namin, yung pampayas namin, lahat ay mga farm products. Yun ay inono of San Isidro, the farmer. So, kaya tayo kita sa may 15 minutes. Yung original namin dito, dati ito, hindi ganyan kataas. Itinaas na lang yan. Pero dati, meron din kami dito kaya parang pinakang bakod. Na yung mga sumisimba, hanggang dito lang talaga sila. At dito nagpapakumunyo nila. May mga na gano'n pa rin ang style ngayon.
Sa Longos po ganun.
Yes, Longos, may harap harap. Kaya kami naman talaga tinanggal na namin yan. At pinalaki talaga ang altar.
Ito nung nasa itaas natin, napansin ko po.
Yan ay na-damage sa Second World War. At noong 1960, yan ay ginawa ng dome. Very ordinary dome na colored blue, parang langit din ang itsura niya. So noong 2018, nung nagkaroon kami ng rehabilitation dito, ay naka-request kami sa National Historical Commission of the Philippines ng halagang 20 million para sa 20 million para sa rehabilitation ng simbahan. So kaya isa ho yan sa inayos at ibinalik yung parang dating itsura niya na mayroong balkonahe doon sa pinakang dome niya. At tulad din ng ibang mga simbahan.
Ayan, kita niyo. Ano ang tawag dito sir sa ano?
Dome yan.
Ha? Hindi ba ito yung para sa mga kumakanta? Yung
ay, doon na aming choir. Oo. Nasa likod, oo.
Pero hindi na po siya accessible, no?
Hindi. Tsaka hindi talaga namin nilagyan siya ng access papunta na kasi delikado.
Kasi sobrang taas na nga.
Oo, napakataas. Ang choir po namin nandun sa likod.
Ayun, nandun pala ba may babaw.
Diyan din ang daan papunta sa Campanaryo.
Okay, kasi kami dito sa may likod. Sa may dating templo na tinatawag na. Ito po yung dating
Ito sa Cristia.
sa Cristia. Dito naman kami, sa banda. Napakalaki na simbahan ng Mukban.
Yan, okay. Ano ba yun? Ano pa yung isang ano?
Ayun, meron pa dito. May lapid na pa dito. 1838.
Okay. 1838, 1938.
Talagang hindi na rin talaga siya inayos na.
Oo. Tsaka talaga pinaritain yung namin ng military ko. Ay pinaritain talaga namin yan. Si Doña Alejandra na si Surbano.
Siguro mga influensya ng...
Actually dati, yung original nito, wala dito ang pinto. Ang pinto niya nandun sa kabila. Kaya naman yung bagong parish priest namin, pinabago ng design, ginawa ng ano yun, na parang prayer room, and then pinabutas niya to.
Okay.
Pero ito dati talaga ano yan, sarado yan. Nandito pinakang daan yan. Oo. Kaya dito, itong lugar na ito, malaki pinagbago na yan. Hindi na ito yung talagang original. Let's go.
Pero mas maganda po, ano, kasi...
Gumanda naman, oo.
At Napa, we believe in catching problems before they become breakdowns. That's why we recommend testing 5 key electrical components in every vehicle and provide the parts, tools, and expertise that keep your business moving at full speed.
My secret to confidence? That starts at European Wax Center. At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you.
At itong lugar na ito, dati ito ang pinaka-entrada namin doon. May pinto yan doon, kung dito kami pumapasok.
Dito pa, ikot pa ganun.
Oo. Oo, sige, thank you. Tapos ito ay, ito dati mga, mga ruins, ngayon pinaayos ginawa siya Casa del Niño Jesus de Luzban School.
Eskwela.
Elementary school ngayon yan. Pero nung una, ito, namasukan dyan. Kasi kalimitan sa mga simbahan, di ba, parang meron silang garden sa gitna ng ano. So, ganito yun. Kaya lamang, ay di, nabago na nga siya.
Malaki na talaga ng ano.
Oo.
Mas maganda kasi,
Mas kumanda naman, tsaka na-utilize yung lugar. Kaya, pulos bata.
ang pangalan po is Casa del Niño.
Jesus de Luzban.
Yan. Incorporated Elementary Department nila. Yan.
Itong daan ito tinatawag ng the Royal Stair o yung Royal Staircase. Kasi ito nung una, ito yung kumbento namin, ito itaas yung pinaka-kumbento. At nung panahon muna, nung panahon naman wala pa dito mga hotels during that time, kalimitan ng mga panahon ng lukban, dito natutulog sa kumbento. Dito tumutulog sila. Kaya nga doon sa kabila nito, meron kami dyan kabalyamesa na tinatawag, na yun yung pinakang grahe ng karwahe at ng mga kabayo. Kasi accordingly, paborito puntahan ng mga Kastila itong lukban ng panahon yon. At itong hagdan ito, kalimitan, ang dumadaan lang din muna diyan ay yung mga hierarchy officials ng government at ng simbahan. Ito yung dati very limited dito sa mga NGOs, sa mga lukban.
Ito pong hagdan na to. Talagang bibihira yung mga
Yes.
nakakalabi.
Kaya kung mapasin mo ba, napakalaki niya.
Opo, laki na.
Di ba, hanggang doon sa pagkakit, ang lapad din niya.
So, ibig sabihin, saksi pala to sa mga...
Yes. Dito dumadaan yung mga panahon ng mula, dito tumikira sa taas, dito sila natutulog. Kaya sabi ko, hindi alam ng mga bata significance itong hagdan na ito. Na nung una,
Basta pala itong
hindi basta hagdan yan. Basta sabi ko sa kanila. No?
So guys, grabe. Ang dami pala talaga mga kwento dito sa may Laban Church.
Ayan. Ito kayo ng ano namin, ang rectory namin. Diyan ang tumitira mga pare.
Ayun.
Yes.
Eh, doon sila pala tumitira. Doon sa ano.
Oo. Noong una, ito yung mga walang building yan. Ito yung pinakang parang garden sa loob ng simbahan.
Pwede natin malapitan.
Yes, sir. Kaya lang medyo naulan.
Okay lang. Para makita rin ng manonood natin yung itsura.
Yan ito, mga walang building natin yan eh.
Okay.
Mga bagong palagay na yan. Saka ito.
So guys, maulan na yun. Pero dito pa rin kami. Para may pakita sa inyo yung ganda ng simbahan ng Lakban.
Dito tayo.
Okay, sige lang dito.
Yung sinasabi ko sa ano, yan, na yung butas ng kuweba, narito sa loob dito.
Yung butas ng kuweba dito.
Yes.
Punta natin, sir.
Kaya napakasukan na niya ngayon, ha?
Okay lang po. Ay, parang ano na siya.
Kasi ginawa na siyang tambakan,
Okay.
pero doon sa lugar na yun, yung pinaka-poste, meron nandun pa yung nandun butas yung butas
Ano
na
ba
kuweba.
yung upuka?
Tapos,
Wala talaga
ito,
mga ano.
dito sa lugar na ito,
Mm-mm.
mamaya makikita natin sa labas, malaking ano yan, malaking parang pader.
Mm-mm.
Yung loob niyan, yun yung part ng kuweba.
Ito po,
Pwede ka tumayo.
ano yung adobe ba yan? Yung,
Alam mo nung pinasok ko yan, hindi siya puro adobe. Hindi ko malaman kung anong klase ng bato yung biglang naroon.
Mm-mm.
Hindi siya puro
Dito,
adobe.
dito, parang ganito siya, ano? Ganito yung, dito mismo siya.
Ito ay, ginanto yung butas, ano? So, mula doon hanggang dito, yan ay, ang shape niya, dome, kapag ganyan. And then siguro, para makikita isang tipang lapad niya.
Malaki pala.
Pero yung haba niya, medyo mahaba-haba, halos ito.
Simula dito hanggang doon sa may
Oo,
na.
yes.
Yung entrada pa lang yun.
Yun ay yung pinakaloob ng kuweba. Kaya pagdating mo sa loob, makakatayo ka eh.
Tapos,
Tapos yung iba, yung itaas niya ganyan, doon sa pinaka-itaas niya, may butas siya, nakasyang tao.
pwede ba natin mapuntahan ito?
Dumi lang sir.
Okay lang po. So guys, pupuntahan namin yung kuweba na nung bata pa si Sir Jojo is nakita niya mismo. Ito. Dito na sa Mendo. Ano po ito? Stock room namin yun.
Ginawa mo tambakan.
Pero nung bata po kayo, dito kayo.
Oo, dati naglalaro pa kami dito nun eh. Ang butas niya natin dito.
Ito.
Yan.
Diyan.
Ay, hindi pa pala sarado.
Ay,
Yung bakal na yun.
Bukas pa. Meron pa.
Kaya lang, ang dami tambak.
Okay lang po. Pakita lang natin sa kanila. Ay, oo. Ayun.
Yan, kita mo, may butas yan.
Ayun, may butas nga. So guys, yun yung nakita natin. Meron. Ipapasok pa.
Oo, yan ang papunta ron kapag ganun ang libro niyan. Tapos dito sa loob niyan, narinig yung pinakamalaking yung kuweba niya. Doon ko nakita sa ilalim yung pinakang daan sana pababa na hindi na siya,
Dito mismo.
oo,
Grabe, guys.
gagapang ka dito.
Kita natin. Hindi ko lang maano. Hindi na natin makita ng gusto. Pero yun na yung butas. Yun yung may harang yun. Tapos may kita na pala natin dito sa may likod nito, yung mismong
Oo.
entrada.
Ngayon yung, according yung butas niya sa taas, kasi kasya ang tao eh.
Opo.
Ang purpose pala noon, noong una, katulad din sa ibang bayan, kapag nilulusob sila ng mga pirata, doon sila nagpapatihulog. Doon sa butas na yun, at dito sila dumadaan palabas.
Dito sa may ano.
Doon sa ilalim
Sa
mismo.
kuweba na
Oo.
to.
Kaya nung una, natatandaan ko, ang lukban ay sinasabi na pahingahan ng mga private. Kasi daw, kapag tinutugi sila ng mga pirata, nung una, kapag sila nakarating ng lukban, hindi na sila nakikita. Kasi nga, ay merong dinadaan ng sekreto.
Yun pala yung mga...
Yes, so kaya sabi nung una, ito ng lukban ng pahingahan ng mga private. At dito na sila, pag sila napapunta sa dako nito, hindi na sila nahuhuli ng mga pirata.
Grabe yung ano. Buhay pa pala yung butas. Ano?
Yes, so kaya nga mabuti, kala ko kanina may semento eh. Pala, buhay pa.
Nandiyan pa pala. Bukas pa pala siya.
Oo. Sayang nga lang, tinambakan na eh. Actually, kayo na-propose namin nung una na age floor.
Yung kuweba po.
Oo. Kaso hindi pinayag ng pare.
Maganda sa ano kung na-explore, no?
Oo.
Kasi parang may ganun po sa Indang. Na ano nila, sa Indang
Oo.
meron din.
Oo.
Grabe, daming sikreto pala nitong simbahan.
Ay, oo. Dadahil din sa kabila.
Dito po, ano po meron dito?
Ito ang ginawang opisina ng simbahan.
Okay.
Actually, modernize na rin. Ayos na nito.
So guys, ito yung yung mismong kanila opisina. Napakaganda ng opisina na
St. Louis Bishop Parish Office. Bale, lang, ito napakita ko sa ito. Padal na yan. Hindi itong picture ha. Ito mismo. Tumakot kasi kung paano binali padal siya. Dutin na natin sa labas. Yan. Tingnan mo yung kapal na yan, ano? Yan. Nung una, ano kaya ito? Parang pinakapader o patibay. Pero hindi pala. Kasi kami natin, may na-discover yan na meron siyang maliit na butas sa ganito, doon sa kabila. Sa medicon. Ngayon, nung malaman ko, yan pala yun, ito na ng mga palay nung una.
Okay.
Yes.
So ito pala yung yan iniimbak lahat ng mga ano.
Oo. Walang nakakaano ng purpose nila. Kasi yung tignan mo, napakalaki eh. Para maging pader siya.
Pero ngayon natabunan na.
Ay, pero hindi. Ang ginawa lang nila, inabis nila yung pinakabutas. Pero itong loob na ito ay halo pa rin.
So ibig sabihin nandiyan pa rin sa loob.
Halo pa rin yun. Halo ang loob yan.
Sayang.
Oo. Eh, parang hindi nakakalan kahit ang parang hindi nila ng kung naging purpose nila.
Ito mismo guys. Itong loob niya ito. Makita na.
Sige, selfie. Sa chairperson ng Sangguniang Bayan sa Cultural Arts. Yan ang puntahan ko. Ayan, ito, tignan mo, ang laki eh. Ngayon, kaya nasabi ko nung ulan, bakit hindi siya pwede maging padre? Kasi wala namang siyang heavy load sa taas. Kasi whole yung itaas niya yan.
Dami pala mga ano.
Oo. Kaya nung namapa sila, yung butas pati niya, para pamamang gano'n na para may talo yan ba? Ay, yung research ko nga siya, yan pala ito na ng palay ng
kasi nga dito sa lockdown yung parang yung payas.
Yes. At saka siguro talagang dahil yung una naman ay merong mga lupa na intended para sa simbahan. Yung inaani doon, hindi doon siya talaga sa simbahan. So yun ang question. Yes, oo.
Sayang mo hindi visible yung kung makita sa
kaya nga yung pakita ko sa inyo kung saan yung laki ng butas dito.
Business tech that's bold, fresh, and delicious. Get started at easycater.com.
The problem with California right now is people can't afford to live in California. And the number one reason is really the cost of housing. We're going to launch the largest drive for homes that you can afford in California history. We're going to build 1 million new homes. Do we need to cut permit prices? Absolutely. That's how you drive down cost. And I'm going to stop Wall Street from buying up middle-class homes and make California affordable and livable for families again. I'm Tom Steiner. We need to get back to basics.
At the California State University, there are hundreds of ways to create opportunity for yourself and those you care about. So what are you waiting for? The California State University. Go from here.
So guys, meron kami titignan dito sa may harapan na sinasabi ni Sir Jojo na, ano po yan Sir Jojo?
So lalo dito sa loob dito, yung pinakang loob na kuweba.
Okay, yung pinakulad ng kuweba. So guys, nakapayo sa kanya. Wala namang bagyo. Malakas lang ang ilang dito.
Ito sa dito yung rectory yung pinaka ng mga pare.
Ay, no.
Itong ilalim na yan, yung loob dito, yan na yan yung pinakamalaking kuweba.
Ayan po yung sa may,
Yes, yung loob yan.
Yung loob yan. Grabe.
Talagang yung butas na rin dito sa parte rito, di ba?
Ay, ito na po yung likod, yung kanina.
Yung pinuntahan natin kanina, oo. Tapos papasok yan doon, nasa loob dito yung malaking pebra, pwede kang tumayo doon.
Sayang, pero sana hopefully, ma-explore yun, no?
Actually, alam mo, ginamitan pa namin yan ng medyo unbelievable. Pero dahil nga sa tabula na siya, meron kami kinuhang estudyante dati na yung bang nakakapag-trans, yung spirit niya humihiwalay sa kanyang katawan. Alam mo yun yung pinuntahan namin, sabi ng bata, sige po, pwede ko pupuntahan. Nahiga siya doon sa kanyang katre. Pagkatapos sabi niya sa akin, pwede na po kayo magtanong. Hindi sinabi ko po pwede puntahan niya dito yung kuweba. Alam niya yung mga location ng kuweba at pumasok siya rito. Nag-describe niya yung loob at pagkaka-describe niya kung ano yung nakita ko, yun din. At tapos nung sabi ko, meron pa bang ibang daan yan? Ang sabi niya, sir, meron po itong daan pababa. Kaya lang po ay sarado, sabi niya. Dahil nga may lupa. Ngayon, sabi ko doon sa bata, that was, early 1980s eh.
Wala nang yung bata.
Well, may marami siguro matanda na. Kasi, during that time, mas bata sa akin eh. Kasi ako'y college na noon, siya ay high school. Tapos sinabi niya na meron itong daan pababa. Ngayon, sabi ko, kaya mo bang bumaba? Sabi ko gano'n sa kanya, no? Then sabi niya, sige sir, subukan ko. And then, nung may salita siya, sabi niya, sir, may nagbabantay ho rito. Medyo kinilabot ka naman. Nung sinabi niya may nagbabantay, sabi ko, ano nagbabantay? Sabi niya, sir, hindi ko naman ito bad spirit. Ito po yung spirit, pero ang trabaho po talaga niya, bantayan po itong kwepang ito. Yun ang sabi niya. And then, tapos sabi niya, saan magsasabi ako kung pwede akong bumaba? Ay, di sabi niya, pinayagan daw siya, so bumaba siya. Doon sa ilalim, nakakita daw siya ng 2 daan. Isang diretso, ay may isa doon ay pakaliwa.
Pasok yan, sa Jojo, dyan sa ilalim niya yan.
Yes, oo. And then, nung pina-explore ko yung isang daan, sabi ko, pwede naman pakakin mo itong isang daan dyan. So, yung diretso, sabi niya, diretso po ako. And then, nung sabi ko, isang lugar ka na, ang sabi niya, sir, ito po ay parang papunta ng bundok. Papunta bundok, Banahaw, na kasi lagi ng Banahaw eh. Yes. And then, nung medyo natagal sabi, sir, malayo ho ito. Ay sabi, sige, bumalik ka na. Nung after nung sinabi nung bumalik, kaya ay gumising na yung bata. Sa taong wala na siya naalala kahit na ano.
Yung espiritu pala niya, no?
Yes, so yung tinatawag na nagtatrans.
Oo. So guys, so dito mismo, yung kuweba na sinasabi dito sa mismo.
Alin malaki niya?
Yung pinasok natin doon sa may kusina ganina. Maganda sana talaga ma-explore, no? Kasi doon pa eh, naka-open.
Yung kaya lang, parang tingin ko malabo na rin.
Kasi baka mamaya, yung mga lupa doon, ano lang, nagbansakan na rin, ano?
Tingin ko, kasi nung sinilip ko yun, may lupa na loob, may bumagsak na. Sir, ito yung pasad ng simbahan na, yan ang ginawa na 1749.
Okay.
Ang nag-design yan ni taga-Timonan Quezon, sinasabi na si Kapitan Tiago.
So guys, pakita namin yung mismo pasad dito sa may...
Ay, pupunta pa sa taas?
Church.
Ordinaryo.
Yan. Ganda. Ito, Sir Jojo, ito pong pasad ninyo. Sino pong gumawa po nito?
Yan, accordingly, ang nag-design yan ay si Kapitan Tiago na Katimonan Quezon.
Okay.
Noong 1749 din. At ito'y tinatawag na Baroque style.
Ayan, Baroque style.
Yes, katulad din ng mga simbahan na Baroque style din. Ngayon, yung cross namin doon sa taas, hindi yan yung original.
Okay.
Kasi yung original na cross din, yung tinatawag na patriarchal cross, yung dalawa ang horizontal.
Opo. Parang sa no? Sa paete yung style niya, no?
Yes, opo.
Grabe, ang ganda.
At yung sir, yung St. Louis Bishop namin imahe sa taas, hindi na rin siya yung original. Yung nandun sa taas na yun, yan ang kinarita na. At yung original, kinuha nung nagdonasyon. Ngayon, doon sa aming kasaysayan din, nung pumapasok ang Hapon noong 1941, ay yan daw inakita ng ilang lupanin, particular yung isang mayaman dito, si Don Yang Xiongxiu, nakita niya na nagliwanag sa San Luis. Nung pumapasok ang Hapon dito noon. No? Nagliwanag daw yan. Kaya ang sabi daw ng mga taon sa may-ari, kunin mo na muna, ibig sabihin, merong masama mangyayari sa Lukban. Kaya ang ginawa ng may-ari, kinuha na muna yung San Luis, dinala sa kanilang bahay. Kaya pinalitan niya na siya ngayon. Pero buhay natin tira pa, yung original na imahe ng San Luis Obispo niyan. Yes.
Ang ganda na.
At sa ito nung una din, itong harapan na ito na simbahan, yan ang dating sementeryo.
Ay, ito po. Ito
Yes.
yung parking.
Yan parking. Ito ang dating sementeryo nung una.
Pero may nakalibing po ba yan?
Wala na. Kasi tinanggalan nila yan dahil nung 1848, nung nagkaroon ng paglaganap ng sakit dito sa Lukban, ay inilipat nila ang sementeryo at dinala doon sa pinagtatayuan ngayon.
Lawak po.
Oo.
Tapos, sige po, yung doon po sa may gilid, yung sabi niyo po 15-15.
Ito ang isa yan, yung nakabakod na yan.
Ay, nakabahod.
Yes. Yan ay old Spanish language, so nangangahulugang parandilya o divider. So, marami yung mga simbahan na may mga 15-15 pero hindi nila alam kung anong tawag doon. Yan yung na-research lamang namin galing doon sa 16th century dictionary na nandun yung pangalan 15-15. Ito, mga bago ng ID lang.
Ganda na. Sobrang ganda, pinaganda talaga. Sabi sa akin kami doon sa mismong kampanaro sa may taas. Hilindahan na.
Ito sa pagkwento.
Ayan, nagkwento.
Kaya lang, sa ngayon ay ginawa pare, ang kwan, inilagay na lang doon sa gitna ng simbahan.
Aspan pala dito. No?
Itong flooring niya, hindi na rin siya yung original. Kasi nung 2018, pinaayos namin to. And then tinanggal yung bricks, yung tisa dito. Then na-discover nila na mayroong malaking crack
Kaya pala,
dito. Kaya mabuti na repair. Dahil kung hindi, siguro bumagsak ito. So kaya napatibay lang nila ito. Kaya bago nito mga bricks dito.
kung ito na yung papasok pataas. Ito ang pinto. Ay, ganito rin sa Pilipinas.
Oo. Mabuti, no? Sinimento na. Dati kasi, noong 1970s, ano yan, walang semento yan. Kaya nakakatakot sa tapos wala pa siyang bakal dito.
Ngayon, nag-develop na yung hagdanan na.
Kaya dahan-dahan lang ako ha.
Kaya siya naman nakabili sa may taas. Pero dito sa may mismo kapag nila ayos ng dalan. Hindi na siya nakakapatakin. Ang taas din pala. Napakalaki. Ito na ata pinakamalaking nakita ko.
Ayan ba? Hindi niya kalaki sana?
Hindi po. Sa Lomos, ganito po, kalaki sa Lomos. Ayan, ganyan kalaki. Pero hindi ganito. Kaya guys, ito na kami sa may ibabaw. Nakamiss ng tower, no? Napakalaki ng bell nila dito. Kahit nasa likod natin. Kaya kailangan ni konti. Bali itong, itong kampanari na to guys is 1838 pala yan. 1838 pala ito. Napakalaki. Sabi mo. Ay, lukban. Nakasulat yun. So, lukban. Ano pong mas nauna? Itong bell or yung...
Ito kasi kampanaryo, dito yung tinayo 1849, 1749.
1749.
Ito namang bell, itinatay ito dito sa lukban ng 1838.
Mas nauna pala itong simbahan?
Oo.
Na naitayo, no?
Oo.
Kasi sabi nila minsan nauna raw yung bell, minsan nauna rin yung simbahan.
Yan yung kanya-kanya talaga mga taon yan, 1879.
Ito, 1879. Yung pinakamatanda po dito sa...
Paano ito?
Ito pinakamalaki. Yung mga baging, no?
Yes. Yan pa rin yung original na baging na.
Original pa rin na baging.
Kaya naman, nilagyan na rin namin ang support na bakal. Kasi medyo delikado. And then ito, support na rin ito mga poste na ito.
May mga poste na rin.
Semento na siya, pero dati, sa kahoy lang yan. Lahat pati ng kapanan ko, lahat siya gumagana pa. At itong pinakamagandang tunog ng kampana. Kasi buong tunog ito, hindi katulad sa ibang kampana na parang basag. Ito, buong tunog
Hanggang
ito.
ngayon po ito, ginagamit pa rin.
Yes, lahat yan. Accordingly, ito yung kasi pinagawa nga ito sa sa pag ginawa ito, no? Para sa Spain. Ito yung dinala dito, na sabi sa story ay idinaan from Manila, idinaan doon sa bundok ng Malaguin, na ngayon hindi namin malaman kung saan yung sinasabing bundok ng Malaguin. Bakit tinali sa simbahan, natitiktas ng oras sila para mayakin lang dito.
Napakahirap din pala ng biyagdaan yun.
Magandang araw po sa inyo lahat, sa mga taga-subaybay ni Mario Travel. Tayo po ngayon natin dito sa bayan ng Lupan, sa lalawigan ng Quezon. At ito po ang isa sa mga matandang bayan, makasalitayang bayan sa lalawigan ng Quezon. So maraming salamat po sa pag-feature sa aming bayan, sa travel tour na ito. At nakita po siguro ninyo ang pagiging story town ng bayan ng Lupan at ang pagiging art capital dito sa lalawigan ng Quezon. Inanyayaan po kayo lahat na pumasyal sa aming bayan upang makita ninyo kung gano'ng maganda ang bayan ng Lupan. Lalo po sa mga darating naming festival. Ang Easter Sunday po namin, meron kaming traditional na Busan Festival. Samantalang every May 15, meron po kami tinatawag naman na San Isidro Payas Festival. Ito po ay isa sa mga kinikilala ng mga festivity sa buong bansa. Kaya pasyal po kayo, alito po sa amin at makipag-coordinate naman po kayo sa amin at kami na po mahala na magpasyal sa inyo sa aming bayan ng Lupan. Maraming salamat, Sir Mario.
It's been a long time that I remember well. Just like the photo, we keep on the shelf. Oh, here we are. Oh, here we are. Now 10 years have passed and we're still up to time. I don't take for granted the years that go by. Started with a gaze, here we remain. All of the moments collected in time, perfectly bound like canvas in mind. Lucky to find what we're both looking for in the life. My heart is aching, so I'm in all the right places. You make me feel like you know.
Organic and dairy free.
Third time today.
Ako po si Atty. Jose Carlo Amores, ang Shrine Council President ng Pilipinas Rizal, dito sa Parokya Tambalan sa Santa Maria Magdalena. Maligayang pagdating po sa aming tambalan.
Brother Diaz po ang Vice Chair na Shrine Council dito sa Tambalan sa Santa Maria Magdalena dito sa Pilipinas.
Sinasabi ko sa inyo na firm yung adobe namin. Hindi ko yan nagpapulpos.
Yan talagang mga original na yes. Papunta na dahil sa taas. Ang bayan ng Pililya ay isang maunlad at makasaysayang bayan na matatagpuan sa lalawigan ng Rizal. At kilala ito bilang Greenfield Municipality of Rizal dahil sa malalawak nitong taniman, sariwang hangin at bigas sa kagandahan ng kalikasan. Isa sa mga tanyag na tanawin dito ay ang Pililya Windmill Farm na hindi lamang nagbibigay ng kuryente sa mga karating lugar, kundi nagsisilbing atraksyon, panturista dahil sa mga gandang tanawin na higanting turbina na nakaharap sa lawa. Bago pa man dumating ang mga Espanyol, ang bayan ng Pililya ay isang kilala sa pangalang Pilang Munti na pinamumunuan ni Saliang Maginto at ang sakop ng kanyang nasasakupan ay mga bayan ngayon ng Baras, Tanay, Pililya at Alaala. Tinawag itong munti o maliit bilang pagkilala sa bayan ng Pila sa Laguna na mas malaki sa lawak. Ayon sa historiador na si Cavada, noong 1571 ay nasakop ng mga Espanyol ang bayan sa paligid ng Naho ng Laguna na tinawag nilang Leconada de Moron. Kabilang dito ang Pilang Munti na sumuko at naging bahagi ng Morong, kaya tinawag itong Pilang Morong. At isa sa mga pinakamatandang sagisag ng pananampalataya at kultura ng bayan ng Pililya, ito ay ang Diocesan Shrine and Parish of St. Mary Magdalene o mas kilala bilang Pililya Church. Itinatag ito ng mga misyonerong Franciscano noong 1583 at ang layunin ay palaganapin ang Kristyanismo sa pamayanang nakapaligid sa lawa ng Laguna. Ang unang simbahan ay itinayo gamit ang mga katutubong materyales tulad ng kawayan, nipa at kahoy, mga materyales na madaling makuha sa paligid at karaniwang ginagamit sa unang istrukturang panrehiyon noong panahon yon. Subalit sa paglipas sa mga taon at pagdami ng mga mananampalataya, ipinasya ng mga misyonero at mamamayan na palitan ng simpleng simbahan ng isang mas matibay na gusali na yari sa batong adobe at tapog. At ang Pililya Church ay nagsisilbing simbolo ng pananampalataya, pagtatyaga at pagkakaisa ng mga mamamayan. At sa kabila ng mga pagsubok tulad ng lindol, patuloy itong itinayo at pinangalagaan na nagpapakita ng tibay at determinasyon ng mga taga-Pililya. Welcome back po muli sa ating panibagong paglalakbay at pagtuklas. At nandito po tayo ngayon sa probinsya po ng Rizal ulit at papasok po tayo ng welcome back po ng Pililya. At meron po tayong punta dito guys sa isang napakaganda pong simbahan. No? Bali, itinayo po ito noong 1583 ng mga Franciscanong pare. At ang pangalan po ng pupuntahan natin ngayon is ito po the Diocesan Shrine and Parish of St. Mary Magdalene or mas kilala po ito na Pililya Church. At napakaganda pong istorya po nito guys sa pupuntahan natin. At marami pong nag-request sa akin na i-feature po natin to sa ating YouTube channel, no? So tara, pasokin natin itong bayan ng Pililya. Dito guys, ang daming mga riders na humihinto sa part na to dahil itong arko nila is napakaganda, no? Merong windmill na naka doon sa may ibabaw ng arko. So yun yung isa sa mga hinihinto ng mga riders dito. Tapos dito naman sa right side natin, nakikita natin, may mga nagtitinda, mga nag-garden. Gardening yan. Pwede kayo bumili ng mga, alam niyo, mga halaman pagka punta kayo dito sa may Pililya. Kanina, umulan, pero ngayon pagdating natin dito is maganda yung araw. Time check tayo, 12:50 ng tanghali, no? Kasamahan natin itong napakagandang simbahan ng Pililya Rizal. So, ang sabi dito is kakanan tayo dito. Kaya pakanan tayo dito sa may Barangay Hulo. Welcome to Barangay Hulo. Ito na pala. Yan. Kanan tayo dito. 4 minutes na lang siya, simula dito. Dito pala, sa part na to, is makikita na rin natin yung, yung Laguna Tibay, yung lawa ng Laguna. So, kita na siya doon banda, sa may ibabaw, kasi nakita dito sa mapa, no? Napakalawak ng lawak yan. Makikita natin. So, pag napalipat tayo ng drone dyan, nakikita natin yung mismong lawak ng area. Okay. Dito pala siya banda. Sa malapit lang talaga. Wow. Ito na. Guys, simbahan ng Pililya. Ganda ng arko nila. I think itong arko na to is napakatagal na. Okay. Meron rin pala ditong bahay dito sa may gilid na matagal na. I think matagal na rin ito. So, yun yung arko. Natutuwa na siya ng mga damo. Pagkasugan natin pa. Diocesan Shrine and Parish of St. Mary Magdalene.
When the wind is not strong and the nights are a little colder, when you're tired of walking on with the smoke still in the sky, when all the noise of your day tries to crowd out all your peace, let my voice sweep you away as you're drifting off to sleep. And I say, I'll be your lullaby. And I say, I'll be your lullaby. When you're feeling
Hi guys, tumalik na tayo dito sa may St. Mary Magdalene Church or mas kilala na Pililla Church. Pero guys, ito, pagka-dating ko dito, napakalawak pala yung kanilang space dito sa may harapan. Yan, kung makikita ninyo, hindi dito yung parking lang. Ang laki ng parking area nila dito. Tapos dito sa may harapan, merong information sila dito ng kanilang simbahan. Ito yung parang pisina siguro to. Tapos dito sa may right side, yan, may mga, yan, dahil sa mga bisita yung mga CR nila dito. Para paano ito mayroong stage. Yan yung mga makikita natin dito. Yan yung nakakalagay doon. Nakita ko ang Panginoon. Picture ng simbahan guys. Napakaganda. At yung structure na ginamit dito is adobe. Makikita natin. Sa part na yan, medyo mayroong white siya sa may taas. Parang na ayos na siya. Pero itong nasa ibaba na to, ito yung original. Yan ang itsura. So, antayin lang natin yung kausap natin dito na mismo mag-i-istorya dito sa may simbahan. No? At napakaganda nito guys. No? Sa gilid, meron nakalagay dito na grotto. Kaya no, nakalagay doon, this way to grotto. So, mamaya, papasok din tayo dyan. Silipin natin kung ano yung meron dyan. Ilibot ko kayo dito sa may mismong simbahan.
Magandang araw po. Ako po si Atty. Jose Carlo Amores, ang Shrine Council President ng Pililla Rizal. Dito sa parokya at Trabaho ng Santa Maria Magdalena, maligayang pagdating po sa aming jamban.
Brother Nathan Diaz po ang Vice Chair ng Shrine Council dito sa Gampanan ng Santa Maria Magdalena dito sa Pililla Rizal.
Sir, tanong ko lang po, kailan po naitatag ang Pililla?
Dito makikita po natin yung National Historical Institute marker ng Simbahan ng Pililla. Noon pong 1572, dumating ang mga unang paring misyonero at nagkaroon po ng unang simbahang kawayan at common na pinagawa ng mga paring Franciscano noong 1583. Sa ilalim na po siya talaga ni Santa Maria Magdalena. Pero syempre, nagkaroon po ng sunog at syempre muli pong naitayo ang simbahang bato noong 1670 hanggang 1673. Tapos hanggang sa kasalukuyan, pero syempre, nagkakaroon po ng mga pagbabago o pagsasaayos yung simbahan. Kaya kung makikita sa mga larawan noon po yung relieving imahe ni Santa Maria Magdalena ang nakalagay. Pero dahil sa pagsasayos po at pagbabago, makikita natin pagpasok na yung pong positibo na ang nakalagay. Pero makikita pa rin po natin dito si Santa Maria Magdalena, yung relieve po sa aming baptist.
Dito po, Tony, kung makikita natin sa kaliwa, kasi parang may napansin ako.
Nandito po yung sinasabi ko kanina na relieve, ito na po yun sa aming baptistry.
Palabinyagan, ito pala yung ninyo?
Yes po, pero ito po yun, tapos ito po yung imahe ni Santa Maria Magdalena na nasa altar before.
Pero ito, attorney, is ginagamit pa rin po?
Ginagamit po, minsan po ay doon sa harapan ng libro.
Ito original pa rin po yan, nasa itaas?
Yes po, yung structure, tapos matagal na rin naman yung ating chandelier. Ito po yung ilalim ng belfry ng kampanan. Ito yung ilalim.
Sa itaas nito pala guys, is hindi dito yung kanilang bell tower sa itaas.
So, ito yung aming imahe sa Santa Maria Magdalena. Kung relieve, image, kung tawagin namin yung pagkaka-ukit sa kanya ay yung anong kahoy. Before, siya po kayo nasa main altar. So, may mga photos tayo. Kasi siya po kay Sir Mario. Makikita natin ito na ibahin na ito ay nasa main metapon ng simbahan. Iniba siya dito nung ginawa yung bagong altar natin, 2004. So, 2004 yung siya nailipat dito. Si Santa Maria Magdalena, ang apostol ng mga apostol, kaya makikita ang Biblia sa kanya, siya ang unang nakakita sa ating Panginoong muli ng buhay. Natin ko, kung sukli ang luwagin kay Alad na siya ang patuloy ng mga referensya, kaya dyan po man, mga nagkakaroon ko, yung ibang naman pa sa likod kapag nag-aaral. So, yung bumok ay simbolo naman ng Kalbaryo, na siya ay present doon sa bundok ng Kalbaryo, ang ating Panginoon ay pinakasusunod. Meron din siyang laman ng Rosario kung ba siya ang patrona o protector ng mga samahan ng Barnett ng mga Dominicano nila sa Domingo de Guzman kasama si Santa Catalina Magdalena kung saan sila ang nagtatalang ng banang ng Rosario. Ang positibo ay tangan-tangan niya. Siya ay pinag-iwalaan nung natatala siya sa France, sa kuweba na siya nanatili sa rest ng buhay niya. Doon na siya nanatili, nagkalasal siya sa positibo at doon na siya namatay sa kabandaran sa kuweba doon sa France. So we are affiliated din sa Great Basilica ni St. Mary Magdalene sa Bar, France last 2022. So doon nakakita ang gabi o ang skull ng St. Mary Magdalene sa bar price. Sinasabi din, noong mga huling sandali sa puwet, dahil nandun nga lang siya sa kuweba, ang mga anghel ay nagdadala ng banal na yun o yung hostess sa kanya para makain niya. Yun. So sa Santa Maria Magdalena ang apostol ng mga apostol.
Siya pong patron ko dito sa Pilila.
Ang inaapostol
ng buong bayan ng Pilipinas. Buo. Nakilala siya ng Sangguniang Bayan na siya ang patron at inapatrona ng buong bayan. Kasi may dalawa pang parokya nakasunod dito. Pero kahit may dalawang parokya, ito yung inapatrona ng buong bayan ng Pilipinas. Hindi naman natin lating ng mga mga certificates. And then, tsaka resolutions.
Pwede nga rin din about sa relic dito.
Yes po. First and second class relics.
So dito naman tayo sa kabilang side.
Wonder Train is my go-to. I know that when I put Wonder Train on, it's going to take care of me and support me and make me feel confident week after week, lift after lift.
Because the jungle is real. And the mom guilt
Nandito po ang aming mahal na senyor. Tinatawag po namin batang senyor. Dahil kilala din po ang aming bayan na tuwing Biyernes Santo ay may dalawang mahal na senyor. So ito po yung bata, tapos meron pong matanda na po pwede natin puntahan sa kanilang tahan. So dalawa po yung senyor namin dito sa Pilipia.
Mali po nilalabas din po.
Parehas yan. Pag Good Friday, dalawa po yung mahal na senyor. So yung istorya kasi yan, sasabihin ni Brother Ray kung bakit naging dalawa ang mahal na senyor.
Nasaan po yung...
Nandun sa tahanan po.
Sa bahay, yung nangangalaga.
Yung sumi-ari.
So, sinasabi, 100 years ago, so meron tayong imahe ng para senior, yung matanda, kung tawagin. Sa madaling sabi, nagkaroon yung hindi magandang pangyayari. So, dumating yung posisyon na Biyernes Santo, yung mga kapatid natin na tangan-tangan yung mga senior matanda, ay inilipat sa kapatid natin mga asibayano sa ibang sekta. So, makawala ng imahe, nagpagawa ng bago ang simbahan sa may pamilyang nagpagawa, so ito yung mga senior bata. So, siya ano namin, sa paglipas ng panahon, dumating yung 2008, huling na ibalik yung mga senior matanda. Kaya naging dalawa sila. So, mamaya pwede natin puntahan sa kanyang bahay, yung mga senior matanda. Hindi lang siya dito sa simbahan, nag-stay kasi siya ang bata na dito sa
dito. Parang ganito rin po yung sa Binangonan, yung Santo Imperio, yung gewang-gewang. Ganun din. Halos parehas ng sa Binangonan.
Nandito naman po yung declaration of support and recognition as an affiliate church. Ito yung simbahan, yung Basilica ni Santa Maria Magdalena sa France, at ito po yung aming simbahan. Ito po yung declaration and support and recognition as an affiliate church. So, sa ngayon, affiliate church kami, hindi pa kami nakakaabot dun sa level ng spiritual twinning sa ngayon. Pero, kamakailan lang, ngayong Oktubre, ay pumunta yung mga delegado namin, may delegasyon kami na pumunta sa Bar France, nag-pilgrimage sila at pinuntahan nila yung Basilica ni Santa Maria Magdalena, at kami ay sumulat sa Basilica na kami ay kilalanin na magkaroon na kami ng spiritual bond of affinity sa kanila, o yung spiritual twinning na sinasabi. So, hopefully, sa mga susunod na araw ay matanggap na natin ang mabuting balita at imbitahan ulit namin kayo sa pagdedeklara naman ng spiritual affinity. Actually, kilala din po ang simbahan na mayroon kasing martir na pare na naasal dito. Sa pagkakaalam ko, hanggang ngayon, nilalakad pa rin yung kanyang pagiging banal. So, ngayon po ay araw ng mga banal. So, nilalakad pa rin yun siya ay si Father Vernon Douglas. Naging parish priest siya dito 1938, pero ang istorya niya kasi ay noong 1943, kinuha siya ng mga sundalong Hapon at dinala siya sa simbahan sa Paite, at doon siya iginapos at saka nakaranas siya ng pag-torture doon. Tapos hanggang sa pagkakatanda ko sa mga kwento, 3 araw siya nandun. Tapos after nung 3 araw na yun, kinuha siya ng mga sundalo, sinakay sa isang truck, tapos hindi na siya nakita.
Parang sinalvage, no? Parang ganun.
Siguro pinatay na siya, pero kasi ang problema talagang hanggang sa ngayon wala nang makita dun sa kapatid niya. Pero yung story niya, naging market siya. May mga milagro din na nangyayari na nung dumating si Father Douglas, may mga pinapatay at inaabuso ang mga Hapon noong panahon na yun. Pero nung dumating siya, biglang wala nang inaabuso, wala nang pinapatay. Yun nga lang siya na yung na-torture hanggang sa
Baga siya ang kapalit
hindi
ng
na
ano.
makita ko. So yun ang pangyari. So kilala dito, sikat din dito yun dahil naging parish priest namin si Father Douglas.
Bali dito, attorney, napansin ko meron din pala kayong pulpito, no?
Yes.
Ito po, matagal na rin po nandiyan, no?
Yes, pero isinaayos din po iyan dahil nga sa before may mga akyatan tayo kahit doon sa unahan. So nabago lang din. Pero meron pa rin kami pulpito.
Pero dyan po talaga nakalagay siya dati pa?
Ito, dito daw. Pero doon kasi meron din sa unahan.
Sa unahan.
Diyan nagsasermon yung mga pare.
Dito.
Walang mga mic.
Parang sa baras, na? Ganyan din.
Naisaayos na lang siya sa'yo. Para kaari-ari din. Kasabay yung kapapaganda sa simbahan. Tapos dito meron din. Sinasabi,
ito. Okay.
nung araw, kaya dyan na umakyat na isa yung mga madre. Hindi sila bababa.
Oo. Okay guys, kung kanilang isa pang pulpito. Ano ngayon? Meron pa pong umakit niya?
Ako, pero hindi na umakyat.
Meron bang mga di umanong tunnel din dito, kagaya sa ibang simbahan?
Kwento-kwento ng mga matatanda, narinig ko lang din. So, before daw, may tunnel, simbahan, hanggang dun sa malaking bato. So, medyo malayo-layo yun ng konti kasi parang minsan, pagka may mga tatakas, ganyan, para lumabas ng simbahan o maglaro, ay doon dumadaan. Pero syempre, dahil nga po matandang simbahan, may posibilidad na totoo yung mga kwento na nagkaroon ng tunnel, lalo na nung panahon ng Hapon. So, yun yung naging tunnel. Pero, ito po kasi ay isinaayos na. So, kung ano man yung mga nakikita na tunnel o kaya mga buwang sa ilalim ay tinabunan na rin before yun. So, sa ngayon, wala na po tayong makikita. Kahit marka po nun, wala na. Ito pong imahe sa kaliwa ay ang Immaculada Concepcion at sa kanan naman ay si San Jose, esposo ni Maria at ang batang Jesus. So mga matatandang imahe na rin yan dito sa dambana ni Santa Maria Magdalena.
Ang kagaya siya rin dun sa mayon. Ganito rin yung retablo mayor ng San Mateo, sa Aranzazu.
Pwede tayong umikot po sa likod para makita nyo. Pero yan lang din naman. So yung adobe.
Sige. Sabihin natin. Next yung likod.
Yan po. Yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na firm yung adobe namin.
Ang ganda ng adobe nito.
Hindi yan nagtutulbos. So yan lang po yung likod. Mga gamit lang ng mga sakris.
Talagang malinis na rin talaga siya, no?
Yes po. So mga gamit lang po ng sakristan. Ito po yung aming sacristy. Yan. So yun po yung sinasabi namin sa inyo. Katulad nung doon din sa nasa itaas ng ceiling. Yan yung mga kahoy.
And talagang original na po yan.
Yes. Opo. Yan pa rin po yan.
Talagang hindi na talaga tinanggal, yan na lang siya.
Hindi po. Kahit doon sa taas yun pa rin po yung mga nakalagay. It's just that pag makikita nyo, yung ceiling kasi, yung inilagay na panibagong ceiling na may puro painting ngayon, year 2014.
Pag tinanggal po yun, kikita yung ganyan na mismo.
Yes, yan na po. Pero nilagyan na po iyon ng mga bakal.
Papatibay.
Yes, kasi may dumaang bagyo po na ang bubong po ay tanggal. I think 2007 ba yun?
2006. Yung milenyo.
Yan, nilipad po ang bubong ng simbahan. Ito po ay matandang imahe na rin ng Christ the King. Bata pa kami.
Andiyan na.
Doon yung nakapwesto sa loob. Tapos, syempre mga bata matatakot. Pipicture at yung upo ka ng magulang mo dyan.
Sa laki. So, dito na siya nilagay.
Yes.
Okay, dito naman tayo guys.
Dito naman po ang aming Adoration Chapel.
Adoration Chapel?
Yes.
Okay.
At ito po ang aming imahe ni Santa Maria Magdalena na pang-indakan. So yung indakan po ay, ang ibig sabihin niya ay inang dakila at ningning ng Pililya na pinasinayaan noong panahon ni Father June Meneses. So hanggang ngayon, sineselebrate namin siya tuwing 22nd of the month. At saka syempre yung tuwing kapistahan. Nagkakaroon ng pagsayaw para kay Santa Maria Magdalena.
Labas din po pala.
Yes mo. Ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, si Father Francis Vernon Douglas. Yan. So 1938 to 1943, na-assign siya ng 38, tapos 1943 yung hindi magandang pangyayari na dinala siya sa simbahan sa Paite Laguna at doon na nga hindi na nakita yung katawan after siya na ma-torture.
Kaya na lang po yung picture na iwan mo.
Actually, si Father Douglas kasi is a Columban priest. So may record siya sa mga Columban. May mga pumunta na rin before dito ng mga Columban na isa nga sila sa mga naglalakad ng pagkabanal ni Father Douglas. So may mga record sila sa kanya. Makikita niyo ang sahig. Yan po ang
original ba rin po yan?
lumang sahig. Actually before, napalitan. Tapos, ayun.
Pinalabas ulit.
Kung nakita mo yung old photos din sa loob, same siya.
Ito na yung pinaka-original yan. Ano to?
Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dot's sensationally seasoned pretzels.
You see this briefcase right here? Looks ordinary, right? But I'm about to show you something that could be a lifesaver.
Before natakpan, tapos nilabas ulit. Ito po, bale, dito, yung dedication ng simbahan to be celebrated every 20th of July, every year. Yun po yung celebration namin. Tapos dito naman po sa bandang taas ay pagkilala po sa Magsulangtan Festival ng Bayan ng Pililla Rizal at ng Shrine na binigay po itong resolution number 30, series of 2029 ng Sangguniang Bayan ng Pililla. Ito naman po yung Declaration of Support and Recognition as an Affiliate Church ng Basilica po ni Santa Maria Magdalena sa Bar, France. Ito naman po ay yung declaration as Diocesan Shrine of St. Mary Magdalene. Dito po sa Diocese of Antipolo. So isa pong Diocesan Shrine itong aming simbahan. At ito din po, yung indakan naman ng Pililla na kinikilala po ng Obispo ng Antipolo, ang indakan ng Pililla sa karangalan ng Santa Maria Magdalena na sinabi ko na nga po ay ang ibig sabihin ng indakan ay Inang Dakila at Ningning ng Pililla. At ito naman po ang resolusyong nagdedeklara kay Santa Maria Magdalena ng Simbahang Katolika bilang patrona ng buong bayan ng Pililla Rizal. Ito rin po ay resolusyon o pagkilala ng ating sangguniang bayan. Ito ay resolusyon bilang 56 series of 2022 na ibinigay po sa ating shrine. So, yung pagkilala po sa kanya ay talagang pambayan dito sa buong Pililla bilang isang ina at patrona ng aming bayan. At meron po tayong mga resolusyon.
So, dito naman po.
Ang Kamarin de Santa Maria Magdalena.
Kamarin de la Santa Maria Magdalena. Yan.
Ito yung aming building image ni St. Mary Magdalene. Kapag kami ay mayroong magdalaw, kumaga, pagdala ng dumadalaw, dinadala namin sa iba't ibang mga parokya o diocese, siya yung aming dinadala, ang aming pinapatrona sa Santa Maria Magdalena, ang building image of St. Mary Magdalene.
Dami pa ngayon.
So may mga token na ibinibigay, so yung mga nakasabi siya sa mga parokya na sinupuntahan namin. Ito si Santo Domingo, kung nagpunta kami sa Lalabay.
Okay, so guys, ito nakikita natin sa likod yung kanilang mga images, iba't ibang images ng Santa Maria Magdalena. Ito natin makikita. Ano po tawag ulit dito? Sa
Kamarin.
Ito ang Kamarin. At tinatawag nila dito. Pero pwede rin po ba sila pumasok dito pagka pumunta sila? Pwede naman. Basta may kasama lang. Magkasabi lang. Sige ito. Okay guys, ito. Pumunta kami dun sa may second floor. Ito yung Museo di Santa Maria Magdalena. Ito yung tsura dito guys. Yan, packet sa taas. Sige ito. May museum po talaga.
Yes, so kauna-unahang museum sa Diocese of Antipolo.
So dito makikita yung mga Kimanuel, yung mga Darawan, o mga lumatabit dito na nasa pangalaga ng aming gambana. Bago na ang picture taking sa loob kayo dito na rin pwede isa. Puntahan na lang natin mamaya.
Okay, sige. So, yung museum nila, dito sa Manila. Yan.
So papunta pa rin sa Campanaryo.
Dito pala ang daanan. Itong Quail of Christmas, ito yung daanan mo. Papunta ng Bell sa taas. Ito. Maayos na rin po, no?
Yes, pinayos po ito, kaya hindi na nakakabang akyatan.
So yun guys, kung tayo galing sa baba. Tayo sa taas.
So ito po yung bubong.
Sa ibabaw na. Sa ibabaw na tayo.
So ito yung mga pambana, yung ginagamit, manual. So kapag may kristal na nagpapatulog ay talagang hindi tulad ng gawa simbahan na bago na yung electric na yung pagpapatulog. So
ito manual pa rin po pala, no?
yes, ginagawa natin.
May mga date po itong mga ano yun, itong mga ganito kampana.
Ito 1892.
1852. Tagal na.
Yung yan, hindi na siya yung original. Kasi parang bibigay nga before, yung, basta just yung engineer that time na,
Yung bakal. Yes, ano lang siya. Renovate na.
Bakal.
Ano siya bakal, no?
Anipis na yung semento niya.
Pansin ko dito, sir, no? Kita na pala yung, ano, yung Laguna Lake sa may ibabaw ng Torre. Okay, so. Yan ang itsura. Kita na yung lawa. Yan, attorney, tatanong ko lang rin, bakit ba tinawag siya na Pililya, itong bayan ng Pililya, Rizal?
So, nasa history kasi na ang Pililya ay tinuturing na maliit na pila. So yung Pila Laguna, kaya tinawag siya before na Pilang Munti. So maliit na pila, tapos naging Pililya. Dahil di umano yung Ilya at saka Ilo ay yung tawag sa mga maliliit o maliit na bata, ganyan. So kaya naging Pililya yung bayan. Tapos may sinasabi nga si Brother Nate na parang geographically, after the Talim Island, after Talim Island is Pila Laguna. So
okay. Itong part ng ano kasi, itong Laguna, mayroong pila na bayan.
Yes, yung Pila Laguna.
So possible doon din hinango yung pangalan na
doon, kaya tinawag siyang Pililya, Pilang Munti. Maliit na pila.
Ang grotto po dito sa Dambana ni Santa Maria Magdalena, so siya ay ginawa noong 2019. Before siya ay plain lang, walang nakalagay. So syempre sa improvement ng mga simbahan, nagtayo ng grotto dito. Then nagkaroon ng, nilagyan na rin ng kolumbaryo sa loob para sa mga kapatid nating mga yuma. Siyempre ang Birhen ng Lourdes. So yung structure niya ay hango din dun sa Lourdes branch.
Dito may fountain na rin, sir, no?
Yes, sir. Nagmamas dito every last Wednesday ng month, 6 a.m. So, anointing of the sick din, dahil ang Birhen ng Lourdes ay kilala bilang Health of the Sick.
Okay. Tingnan natin. So, yung may kita niya dito, tingin. Meron silang fountain dito. Dito naman. Nakikita natin yung kanilang kolumbaryo din papasok. Yung mga isda, ano? Ayun. Dito. Yung mga tilapia, iba-iba. So, ito yung itsura naman nila. Kanilang kolumbaryo. Ito, sir, ito, ginawa lang ito. Hindi na talaga.
Wala talaga. As in, plain lang to noong una.
Pwede mga, ano, sir?
Pwede na rin po. May mga...
dahil ito pala yung kanila. Napilan po. Sige naman. Yung itsura dito, guys. Okay guys, meron kami pinuntahan na isang bahay. Malapit lang siya dito sa may simbahan. Ito yung itsura ng bahay. Sir Nate, ano po yung makikita natin dito sa loob ng bahay?
So, kanina nabanggit ko na meron din kaming sa Toichero, ang mahal na senyor matanda. Dito na nakastay o silip niya sa mga gustong bumisita. Malapit lang po sa simbahan ng bahay ng mahal na senyor matanda. So, may pamilya na nangangalaga sa kanya. Nandito po siya kasama ang Birhen ng Soledad. Tuloy po kayo.
Sir Nick, bali ito, nilalabas nyo rin po ito tuwing Good Friday, no?
Yes, sir. Kapag Biyernes Santo, nilalabas siya kasama ng imahe ng isa pang senyor, yung bata. Ang mahal na senyor matanda ay nilalabas din tuwing July 20, kung saan July 20 ang anibersaryo ng kanyang pagkakabalik sa Simbahang Katoliko noong 2008. So, nilalabas din siya kapag August, may fiesta na din kasi o may kapistahan ng Santo Enchero ang mga senyor dito sa aming bayan tuwing ika-4 na linggo ng Agosto. So, sa mga gustong bumisita sa mahal na senyor ay 3 beses sa isang taon siya inilalabas para sa posisyon at dalhin sa simbahan.
Pwede niyo siya bisitahin dito sa bahay. Malapit lang po ito dito sa may simbahan. Anong bahay po yung hahanapin po sakali?
Kay Tita Peli Talavera dito sa Bagong Bayan, Pililya Rizal. So,
hanapin na lang si Tita Peli.
Kapag pwede naman kumatok sa bahay at bukas naman po para sa lahat.
Para makita yung...
Tuwing first Friday ng kada buwan ay mayroong pagdarasal dito sa Santo Enchero, 3 p.m. So, kung gusto rin nila bumisita kapag first Friday, yung monthly devotion sa kanya.
Sige. Attorney, invite po natin yung mga gustong pumunta po dito sa may simbahan ng Pililya.
So, ayun po, at nalibot at naikot na po natin ang lambanan sa Santa Maria Magdalena dito sa bayan ng Pililya Rizal. Sa mga nais po pumunta at natuwag sa vlog ni Mario Travels, inaanyayahan po namin kayo na bisitahin ang lambanan sa Santa Maria Magdalena upang manalangin at patuloy na magpahayag ng pananampalataya sa Diyos sa pamamagitan ng Santa Maria Magdalena. At syempre, hindi lamang po yun, suportahan po natin si Mario Travels sa pagpapakilala sa mga simbahan, dambana at basilika na ng ating bansa. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat mula sa lambanan ni Santa Maria Magdalena. At dahil dyan, Kuya Mario, meron kang image ni Saint Mary Magdalene. Para naman sa mga gustong magsimba, para malaman ang mga kaganapan dito sa aming simbahan na pwede nyo ipalaw namin sa kanyang tuwa. Naisisya siya yung balik sa Saint Mary Magdalene, pinigay sa circular na po para sa process namin at sa mga kaganapan dito sa simbahan.
Salamat po.
It's been a long time, but I remember it well. Just like the photo we keep on the shelf. Oh, we were young. Oh, we were young. Now 10 years have passed and we're still up to time. I don't take for granted the years that go by. Started with a gaze, then we remain. All of the moments collecting time, perfectly bound like an endless line. Lucky to find what we're both looking for in this.
Ito po ba yung atay bed?
Opo, ito po yung tinatawag nating kalabasa atay bed. Na kung titingnan po natin sa market value ngayon, yan
mahal.
ang halagang 2 million pesos.
Yes.
Kwarto de senyorita. Bakit senyorita? Karaniwang inaalay ni Mister ang kwartong ito kay Mrs. I hope walang sumama sa video mo, sir.
I'm sure sir wala.
Welcome to Sala Bayor. Itong kwartong ito ay binubuksan lamang kapag may special na bisita at pagtitip.
At Ralph's, you can save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. Ralph's, SoCal for over 150 years.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because a city hotel is right for some, but not quite right for others.
Pero kapag wala, regular days, nakasarado po ito. Kapag may party, hindi na po Sala Mayor ang tawag dito. Salon de Baile.
Salon de baile na.
Opo.
Kasi nagbabaile sila.
Nagbabaile kasi saya.
Oh, sayang ang space.
Opo. Welcome to the despacho.
Despacho. So ito
Ito
yung...
po ang opisina ni Mister. Kaya lang ang rules dito, ang asawa, babae, at mga anak ay bawal pumasok. Only business partner. At ang mga business partner, mga mayayamang mga malakal, mga Chino, mga Kastila, ng 7-footer, ang tatangkad, ang lalaking tao. Kaya ang ginagamit sa floor ay mahogan. Pero nga po dahil 3 times larger, nahirapan akong hanapin yung iba pang kahoy. Kaya minsan naghalo-halo na sila. And nirigay na lang po yung kulay na dark para mamukha siya na pure mahogany. And then, kung mapapansin po natin, meron tayong mga animal horns. Nandiyan ang Philippine White Spot deer horns na ginagamit na trophy na kapag daw nanalo ka sa hunting competition, yung prize mo.
Oh.
Siyempre, meron tayong makina ni Subar, ang sinaunang calculator.
Alam mo sir, yung mga gamit dito, karamihan hindi ko pa nakita sa mga... Sa dami-daming bahay na punta.
Governor Macario Arnello Show.
Siya po yun. Okay, diretso naman tayo dito sa kabila.
Punta po tayo sa Cuarto de Señorita. Ay, Señorito.
Cuarto de Señorito.
Cuarto de Señorito. Kaya po ito ay pinangalan na namin kay Alicia Sandovalaya kasi most of the bedroom po ay galing sa pamilya ni Dr. Jaime Silaya. So, welcome to the Cuarto de Señorito.
Okay.
Ang Cuarto de Señorito, kwarto ng magkakapatid, pero ibig sabihin na kapag Señorito, lalaki lang nandito.
Oo.
Panahon ng Kastila, mahigpit sa mga kababaihan na dapat hanggang walang asawa, kasama ng mga kapatid niya. Kaya kapag full curtain, yan, pang babae, kapag half curtain naman, pang lalaki.
Ganun pala yun.
Pero kapag mga kids, katulad nito, wala siyang poste for safety purposes. Pero mapapansin natin may mga butas po siya, so nilalagyan siya ng kahoy, kapitan ng kulambo.
Galing, yun pala yun. May mga meaning pala yun.
Opo. At syempre, meron tayong una para sa baby. Tapos ano po, American to Spanish period, walang comfort room sa loob ng kwarto, so ang ginagamit ay orinola. At kapag matanda na, hindi na kayang umupo ng mas mababa, nandito ang komoda.
Komoda dyan na, yes. Komoda.
At panahon ng Kastila, bawal ang makalat sa kwarto. So kailangan ng lahat ng unan ay nasa
Almario, yes.
Almario Tower.
Ang laki nito. Di ba?
At ito po ay puzzle type cabinet. Kay ate, kay kuya, at kay bunso. Kasi noon, ang babaeng dalaga kapag ikakasal na, she will bring with her bed and her cabinet and all her things. Dadali niya sa kwarto ng asawa. At ngayon, puntahan natin na
Matuwa naman ito.
oratorio.
Ito na yung oratorio. Ang galing ng mga kama, may pambabae, panlalaki. Oratorio isa,
Welcome to
altar.
oratorio.
O prayer room.
Opo, ito po ay koleksyon ng Panlilio Sarmiento family.
Wow.
So they are life-size ivory na mga saints, except na 2 mannequins. Naglagay po kami ng mannequins ng priest and sacristan kasi hindi labang pagdarasal ang ginagawa ng pamilya dyan. Yung kasal, tiniyak. At kung pamilya po ba kayo sa tinatawag na benditas de animas, ito po yung panalangin kapag araw ng mga patay, na yung mahal mo sa buhay na mayabag na lagay mo sa altar. At nakaluhod ang pamilya ng 2 oras nagdarasal, tuloy-tuloy. They are repeating the prayer 5 times.
Grabe. Parang sarap ng dasal, no? Very serious.
Kapag anniversary ng aming museum, nagko-conduct po kami dyan ng silent prayer.
Really po. May papapasa
Prayer
kayo
with
dito.
St. John Baptist de la Salle. At syempre, nandito na yung saint na walang ulo,
Oo nga, no.
na kakambal ng santo na walang ulo na nasa ito. Ang patron saint po ng pamilya ay si St. Joseph. Kaya makikita natin sa altar, ang nasa gitna ng ating altar ay si St. Joseph.
Oo, hindi natin makita ko.
Yan, dyan po makikita ang mga original na silver candelabras.
Ayun, ang mayaman ka para doon. Basta mga intricate design, maraming design.
At syempre, ang pang sobrang yaman na baul,
Oo nga.
na punong-puno ng uki.
Oo.
Ang baul daw ay binibigay sa mga miyembro ng pamilya na mayroon ng sapat na tulang para doon ilagay ang kanilang mga special na dokumento tulad ng church baptismal.
Oo.
Kasi nga, nung panahon ng Kastila, na wala pa tayong birth certificate. Kaya bilang katunayan na ikaw ay isang Pilipino, kailangan meron kang church baptismal.
Oo.
At ingatan mo ito. At ito ay nasa paanan o nasa uluhan minsan ng kama kung saan madali siyang makita ng may-ari dito para pag may sulong, uutusan ng kasambahay, buhatin ito. Tapon sa bintana para mailigtas sa mga importanteng dokumento.
Sir, question po, ito po ba yung atay din?
Opo, ito po yung tinatawag nating kalabasa atay.
Oo, kalabasa atay din.
Na kung titingnan po natin sa market value ngayon,
Ay, mahal.
Mahalaga
2 million
pesos.
Yes, super. Kaya, swerte nung may mga atay din. Apo, no, sir, no?
Ito rin po ay atay bed, pero iba po ang disenyo.
Oo. Itong ceiling naman dito, sir, di ba naman?
Opo. Galing din po ito sa Italy, pressed metal sheets. Kaya lang may kwarto tayo na hindi pressed metal sheets ang nilagay.
Oo.
Kasi yung may-ari ng kwarto gusto niya gayahin yung European painting style. So puntahan po natin ang kwarto de Señorita.
Kwarto de Señorita.
Wala na po kaming space, kaya nandito na ang almaryo.
Oo nga, may
Nandito
almaryo
na ang
na rito.
persiana. Nandito na ang ropero. Lalagyan na ng marunong damit or laundry house.
Wow. Ngayon ako nakakita ng ganyan, sir.
Opo. Kaya
Okay.
natutuwa kami dito, isa lang ang bagsakan, pero nakahiwalay ang lalagyan ng kumot, pintuan ng kumot, at pintuan ng mga panyo at medyas.
Oo nga.
Pero isa lang ang bagsakan niya. So nagpapakita daw yun ng disiplina noon kung paano mo iayos ang iyong marunong damit kahit marunong na sila.
Pero kung tamad-tamad ka lahat dito,
Opo,
hindi mo
tamad.
nabubuksan yan. Tamad.
So ito po yung kasal sa simbahan. Tapos yung kasal sa loob ng prayer room or oratory. Kasi nga po 3 beses daw kinakasal noon. Kung mayaman na.
Kung mayaman.
Pamilya. Pero ngayon, kapag may cellphone lang, text-text lang, sila na.
Sila po nga, no?
Opo.
Siyempre, patatagalin pa ba?
Yes po. At bago tayo pumunta sa master's bedroom, ito po ang trabaho. Kasi ang tradisyon noon bago matulog ang pamilya, naghugas ng kamay, no? Ng mukha, naglinis ng katawan. And then, natutulog na sila. Pero syempre, meron tayong 2 alipin o kasambahay, taga-abot ng tubig, taga-abot ng tuwalya.
Oo.
is that I don't know where is there are supposed to be there's actually another piece for this. It's actually the same one. Wherein if they are going to have a round table of meal, okay, they will just put the two side by side, okay, to make a round table. And then so that it will not consume a lot of space, okay, they are going to put one side or half of it on one side and supposed to be the other half of it on another side. It will serve as a console. Okay, that's why it is called magic table by some collector. And you will find here on this part here, there is some kind of a connector there. Okay, some kind of connector. One. So the other one has the connector that will connect this piece of furniture to come up with a round table. This is an antique, a genuine Coco clock. I know this is original, and this came from Europe during the time. This was really rehabilitated because sometimes it had a damage, but it's still functioning until this time. So the moment that the clock strikes 12 o'clock or 6 o'clock, there is a cuckoo that comes. Okay, sa tinawag na cuckoo clock. It's original. And this is the only piece that I have seen. Only rich or prominent families have this kind of clock. So you can see the elaborate design of the house. They have this what we call callado. Okay, callado. Very extraordinary because they are using balustrades to allow air to flow inside the room. So even if we are here, it's very hot outside, we don't feel the water. Okay. And as you can see, the wood are made of Nara. Yes. Nara was very abundant in the menus during the time, but now it's very rare. Now this table is very important piece in this part of the house because this is where they are going to put some drinks to be served in the dining table before serving the muchacho. Muchacha will put it here, some cakes for serving. Okay, they don't allow the family members to to stand up and get for themselves. Muchacho or muchachas have to serve them because that was the custom during the time. So this piece of furniture serves that purpose, and as you can see, the tabletop is made of one piece of solid marble, and it's very rare. Even rich families can afford to have it during the time. Okay, it's made of solid marble. And this one, sir, this one. This one, uh, this is actually used to, although this is not an old furniture. This is not an antique furniture. It could be a vintage one, where they are going to put some food items coming from the kitchen or kusina, and then the muchacho or muchacha, or cocinera, will probably put this to this dining table, to the dining room to serve the food. Okay? This is an old furniture. It's not really antique, but at least it is vintage. By the way, this part of the house was a later addition, according to the owner, one of the surviving designers. It was later added to serve as a place for siesta. Siesta. So what do family members do here is they relax in this place. Okay, using this furniture because there was air flowing. Okay, and while they enjoy seeing their beautiful garden for the night. Okay, siesta time. Siesta time. And some of the family members would sit here to play mahjong, for instance, or if not chess. Okay, so there was a close family ties among family members. There was no internet yet during the time. There was no gadget, so there was close family bonding among family members during the time. But now since we have gadgets, everybody has its own room. Okay. And this furniture is what we call a komoda. A komoda, where they store uh, some kind of a tablecloth as it is near the dining area. Okay. And what is very nice, very interesting about this piece of furniture is that it is made of solid nara during that time. And on top of that, we have here the top is made of solid marble. One piece of solid marble. And I would like to draw your attention to this piece of beautiful leather. This is actually a porcelain coming from China. Porcelain. Where they are going to put plant. Okay? Plant here as a decoration. Okay? So I don't know if they have the other things. So but it only comes out in pair. Okay? So they put it on one side, the other one on the other side, where they are going to put plants. Medyo mabigat siya. Oh, porcelain. Yes. And it is very common in this ancestral process. This is a later addition. This is a collection of brassware from, I believe, from the Maranao tribe, but it's not really that antique. This is vintage.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays for those who love family resorts and for those who do not. There we go. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Try Nature Made. Made with quality, made to care for you every day.
Now through the end of the year, take up to 90% off at Ashley's Overstock Accessory Sale. Thousands of in-stock accessories priced to move fast. Mirrors, pillows, racks, wall art, and more up to 90% off while supplies last. Only Ashley.
Those mobile experts really delivered. I set up my new phone while I'm on the job. Everything is set up and running for you. You made this whole switching thing easy. Just don't touch anything. Oh, hello. Actually, where were you last night?
I am actually, I was making fruit.
I was making a comedic joke. I said don't touch anything.
Introducing Store to Door. You can get a new device with expert setup and delivery. Wherever you're at, visit Mucho.
Now let us go to the kusina. 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 Okay? So we still have these original Kachuma tiles that were used from the time. Beautiful. Okay, they have never been replaced. They have been fully maintained. There no damage, except probably for this one here. Okay? But at least it is still original. Then they have this paminggalan. Okay? Paminggalan. The purpose of this particular piece of furniture originally was to store plates, glasses. After they wash it, they put it still inside. Okay? This is not the original one because it needs to be sticks here just to allow air to flow in so that it will be dry. In order not to allow insects to come in. But later, because of screens that were already produced, we have to replace it in order not to allow insects to come in. And then it has a modified purpose. It is now used to store some kind of grocery items for cooking. But originally, this is a panggalan. Okay? Panggalan. Yes. So we have here, as you can see here, we have a lavatory. This is what modern and ready. This is vintage. Okay, this is vintage. Okay, this is vintage. You can really tell the meaning of vintage because it has already this faucet. Because during the time in the 1920s, only people had the luxury of allowing water to come out to come inside the house from downstairs. Okay. Normally they have this banga here, and then the muchacho usually carries water from the system and then put it inside the banga, and then as they wash their plate, they always have to get some water from the banga and then wash. But for this family, they are so privileged to have this kind of water coming to the house. So this is quite modern already. Okay, this is more modern, probably other addition to the house. Okay, so they still have this genuine here. This is what happens that this particular house. Okay, this is very old. Okay, only. Okay, so perhaps the meaningful items that used to be more like black paper, the wall, pwede rin. Okay, ganda ng matsuka tiles mo, yes. It is still original. Original pa rin. Yan yung mga makakapal na matsuka pa rin. Yes, makakapal na matsuka. Hindi kagaya sa matsuka ngayon. Na yung mga matsuka tiles ngayon, basic matsuka tiles, they are already the modern styles that we have like this, but the design is like matsuka. Okay? They are not anymore that the original cake that they used during the time. So we have this oven here. This is more of a later edition. This is already over. Okay. Of course, the later there is smaller. And it extends up to this. Now, normally, ancestral house of each families, they have another stairway going out. Okay? The backyard. Back stairway. Okay. In order for the construction to go down to come up to grade food items, whatever, they were not allowed to use the grand staircase. And I think they have their own comfort room. They are not allowed to use the comfort room of their house. Okay? Ayun na natin ito. Tama. Comfort room. Because it's already quite water. They have their own comfort room. Okay?
Look at the stairs. Wala tayo dyan. So ito sir, nagsisibili ito. Sir,
okay. Ano kaya ito? This is the servant's quarter.
Servants, where they do laundry.
The servants were not allowed to sleep or to stay inside the main house. They have their own quarter. Okay? They perform sometimes washing the clothes here. And then, as you can see, we have here a water tank. We call it overhead water tank. This was a later addition. Because before, they used to have a tabay. Okay? Tabay. Okay? A tabay. Where the costumes would get water and bring the balloon here. So later, decided to put up water tank.
Kung gusto mo may
Ancient Philippine Gold That Shocked the World. In 1981, a discovery in the Philippines sent shockwaves through the archaeological world. Hidden beneath the earth for over 1,000 years lay treasures so magnificent, so technically advanced, that they challenged everything historians thought they knew about ancient Southeast Asia. This is the story of the Surigao treasure and the golden age of the Philippines, an era when Filipino artisans created gold work so sophisticated that it rivaled anything produced in Europe or Asia at the time. Today, we're diving deep into the ancient Philippine gold that shocked the world. The discovery, our story, begins in Surigao del Sur, on the southern Philippine island of Mindanao. In the early 1980s, local residents stumbled upon something extraordinary while digging in the area. What they found would become known as the Surigao treasure, one of the most significant archaeological discoveries in Philippine history. The treasure consisted of an astounding collection of golden artifacts, intricate jewelry, ceremonial ornaments, death masks, sashes, and elaborate body decorations. But these weren't crude, simple pieces. These were masterworks of metallurgy and artistry, dated to between the 10th and 13th centuries. When news of the discovery reached Manila, the National Museum of the Philippines immediately dispatched teams to investigate. What they documented was breathtaking. The pieces demonstrated advanced techniques, granulation, repoussé work, filigree, and even welding methods that required temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. Dr. Florina Capistrano Baker, a leading expert on Philippine gold, examined the pieces and declared them among the finest examples of ancient gold work anywhere in the world. The Western archaeological community, which had largely ignored Southeast Asian gold work, was forced to take notice. But the Surigao treasure wasn't an isolated find. It was part of a much larger story, a golden civilization. The truth is, the Philippines has always been a land of gold. Ancient Chinese records from the Song dynasty referred to the Philippines as islands of gold. Spanish conquistadors arriving in the 16th century were astonished by the amount of gold worn by Filipino chiefs and nobility. Archaeological evidence now shows us why. From Luzon to Mindanao, excavations have uncovered thousands of golden artifacts spanning over a millennium. The Butuan silver paleograph, golden death masks from Oton, elaborate jewelry from Surigao, ceremonial sashes from Butuan. The list goes on. What's remarkable is the sophistication of these pieces. Ancient Filipino goldsmiths mastered techniques that wouldn't appear in Europe for centuries. They created hollow gold beads no larger than peas, connected intricate chains using microscopic loops, and crafted three-dimensional animal figures with movable parts. The diversity is equally impressive. We find Hindu-Buddhist influenced designs alongside indigenous motifs, Chinese-inspired dragons next to native crocodiles and serpents. This wasn't cultural confusion. It was cosmopolitan sophistication. These artifacts tell us that ancient Philippine societies weren't isolated villages. They were thriving maritime kingdoms engaged in extensive trade networks spanning from China to India, from Java to Japan. Gold was both a symbol of power and a medium of exchange, connecting Filipino rulers to the broader Asian world. The scale of gold production was enormous. Some historians estimate that by the 15th century, the Philippines was producing significant quantities of gold, much of it traded throughout Asia. Filipino gold beads have been found in archaeological sites as far away as Egypt and East Africa, evidence of truly global trade networks. Hey history lovers, quick favor before we start. If you enjoyed today's video, please help me reach 500 likes, and don't forget to subscribe for more amazing historical stories. Masterworks of metallurgy. Let's examine some specific pieces that showcase the incredible skill of ancient Filipino artisans. First, the gold death masks. These delicate face coverings were placed over the deceased, particularly among elite members of society. The craftsmanship is stunning. Each mask is hammered from a single sheet of gold so thin you can see light through it, yet strong enough to hold its shape for over 1,000 years. The facial features are carefully rendered, with representations of eyes, noses, and mouths that suggest both artistry and ritual significance.
Ralph's gives you low prices in every aisle with savings that add up. Ralph's, SoCal for over 150 years.
Johnny showed this NFL mom a clip about her son.
We need to do something about that. Camera time, I'm gonna show you how to rinse that odor out.
That smells a lot better.
Rinse impossible odors out in one wash.
Be a rain.
State Farm Life Insurance helps protect those you love in each new chapter of your life. Call an agent today.
Ah, boy. Cough, congestion. All in one and done. We can use the next kickstart. Headache?
Then there are the golden sashes, or waistbands of the gods, as they're sometimes called. These elaborate pieces could measure over 1 meter long and featured hundreds of interconnected golden pieces, chains, pendants, beads, and plates all working together. Some featured Sanskrit inscriptions, Hindu deities, or Buddhist symbols, showing the religious and cultural exchanges happening in the ancient Philippines. The technical achievement here cannot be overstated. Creating these pieces required precise temperature control for welding and soldering, advanced understanding of gold's properties and alloys, sophisticated tools for drawing wire, creating granules and hammering sheets, artistic vision to design complex multi-component pieces, and patience. Each piece could take months or years to complete. Consider the golden Kinari figures found in various sites. These mythological creatures, half human, half bird, required the goldsmith to create three-dimensional hollow forms with intricate surface details. The techniques involve match or exceed contemporary goldwork from India, China, or the Islamic world. Perhaps most impressive are the gold beads. Filipino artisans created thousands of these tiny hollow spheres, some no bigger than a grain of rice. Each was perfectly formed, perfectly weighted, and often featured microscopic decorative patterns. Creating just one required exceptional skill. Creating thousands suggests an entire industry of specialized craftspeople. The trade networks. But where did all this gold come from? And where did it go? The Philippines sits at the crossroads of Asia. To the west lies Southeast Asia and India. To the north, China and Japan. To the south, Indonesia and the Spice Islands. Ancient Filipino kingdoms capitalized on this geography, becoming essential nodes in the vast maritime trade networks of Asia. Gold was mined locally from rivers and mountains throughout the archipelago. The Paracal mines in Camarines Norte, the Baguio gold fields, rivers in Mindanao. These sources provided raw material. But Filipino craftspeople added immense value through their skill, transforming raw gold into artistic masterpieces that commanded premium prices. In exchange, the Philippines received silk from China, spices from the Moluccas, pottery from Vietnam and Thailand, glass beads from India, and countless other goods. Ancient trading ships called at Philippine ports, creating cosmopolitan centers where ideas, religions, and technologies mixed freely. This wasn't passive trade. Filipino rulers actively cultivated these networks. They maintained fleets of trading vessels, established diplomatic relations with foreign courts, and created conditions that attracted merchants. Ancient Chinese records mention Filipino embassies to the Chinese imperial court, bearing tribute and establishing trade agreements. The famous Laguna copperplate inscription, dated to 900 CE, provides written evidence of this sophisticated society. Written in Old Malay using an Indic script, it records a debt forgiveness by a ruler and mentions multiple place names, political authorities, and dates using both Indian and Chinese calendar systems. This single artifact proves the existence of literate, administratively complex kingdoms engaged with the broader Asian world, the mystery and the loss. So if ancient Filipinos possess so much gold and such advanced skills, what happened to it? The answer is complex and, frankly, tragic. When Spanish colonizers arrived in 1565, they encountered societies rich in gold. Early Spanish accounts describe Filipino nobles dripping with gold, wearing elaborate jewelry from head to toe, but the Spanish systematically melted down these artifacts, destroying priceless cultural treasures to create coins and bars for shipment to Spain. Over 3 centuries of colonial rule, countless golden artifacts were lost. Indigenous belief systems that valued these objects were suppressed, and the artisanal traditions that created them faded away. The gold working knowledge, passed down through generations, was largely forgotten. Later, American colonial authorities and Filipino elites showed little interest in preserving what remained. Archaeological sites were looted, artifacts sold on black markets, and pieces disappeared into private collections. Even today, many Philippine gold artifacts reside in foreign museums or private collections, separated from their cultural context. The Surigao treasure itself faced challenges. Some pieces disappeared before they could be properly documented, likely sold illegally to collectors. What survives in museums represents perhaps a tiny fraction of what once existed. Each piece we have is precious, not just for its material value, but as a window into a sophisticated civilization that has been systematically erased from historical consciousness. Reclaiming the narrative. The rediscovery of Philippine gold has profound implications. For generations, Western and even some Filipino historians portrayed pre-colonial Philippines as primitive, isolated, and backward, a narrative used to justify colonization and cultural erasure. The gold artifacts shatter this myth completely. They prove that ancient Filipinos created complex societies with advanced technologies, extensive trade networks, and sophisticated artistic traditions. They show participation in broader Asian cultural and economic systems as equals, not as peripheral backwaters. This matters because historical narratives shape present identities. When Filipinos learn that their ancestors were master artisans whose work rivaled anything in the world, it transforms cultural self-perception. When the world sees these artifacts, it must acknowledge Southeast Asian contributions to human civilization. Today, institutions like the Ayala Museum in Manila and the National Museum of the Philippines work to preserve, study, and display these treasures.
This is how to tell if your olive oil is fake.
You've been using olive oil wrong your whole life, and it's costing your health.
My grandkids have been telling me I'm aging in reverse. This is my secret.
Number 3, canola oil. If you can find organic canola oil, then it's actually a very good oil. The problem with canola oil is most canola oil in the United States is genetically modified. Number 2, coconut oil. Coconut oil has a very high smoke point. So yes, you can absolutely use it. Unfortunately, coconut oil has only about 1/10 of the polyphenols of olive oil. Crisco was actually developed as a candle wax replacement. Crisco is an abbreviation for crystallized cottonseed oil. Cottonseed was never used on food before. In fact, it was an industrial solvent, among other things. During World War II, Procter & Gamble realized that you could put food coloring and tell people it was just like butter. They gave generous grants to the American Heart Association for promoting Crisco as a heart-healthy alternative to butter and lard. So, believe it or not, the best oil for cooking is olive oil. But not all olive oils are created equal. Have some olive oil before your bed, and your sleeping partner will love you for it.
Somebody told me olive oil could be used as shaving cream.
Shaving cream? Yep. Swap out that spray can and slather on some olive oil instead. It can actually be really useful for moisturizing your skin and helping it look bright and fresh.
Someone commented, does olive oil actually help prevent snoring?
Snoring? Fact. It turns out that olive oil lubricates your respiratory passages so that vibration doesn't happen.
Can it help with my teeth?
Whiter looking teeth? Yes. Extra virgin olive oil can help contribute to the look of whiter teeth because it can bind to plaque.
What if everything we thought we knew about the Pacific Islands?
The Gold Kingdoms of the Philippines, Tondo versus Butuan. A forgotten golden age. Long before the Spanish galleons arrived in Philippine waters, Long before Ferdinand Magellan met his fate on the shores of Mactan, the Philippine archipelago was home to sophisticated kingdoms that commanded respect across maritime Southeast Asia. These were not primitive tribes or simple coastal villages, but powerful trading states that dealt in gold, connected vast trade networks, and maintained diplomatic relations with the great empires of China, India, and the Islamic sultanates. Among these pre-colonial powers, two kingdoms stood out as titans of their age: Tondo in Luzon and Butuan in Mindanao. Their stories, written in gold artifacts, ancient scripts, and Chinese chronicles, reveal a Philippines that was wealthy, politically sophisticated, and deeply integrated into Asian trade networks centuries before Western contact. The world of early Philippine kingdoms. To understand Tondo and Butuan, we must first picture the Southeast Asian world of the 10th to 15th centuries. This was an era when maritime trade connected the Mediterranean to the South China Sea, when Islamic merchants carried goods and ideas eastward, and when Chinese dynasties actively sought tribute and trade with southern kingdoms. The Philippines occupied a strategic position in this world. The archipelago sat at the crossroads of major maritime routes, the path between China and the Spice Islands, the connection between mainland Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and the gateway between the Indian Ocean trade sphere and East Asia. Geography gave Philippine kingdoms natural advantages, but it was human enterprise, political skill, and abundant resources, especially gold, that transformed these advantages into power and prosperity. Tondo, the northern power rise and location. Tondo, known in ancient Chinese texts as Tung Liu, emerged along the northern shores of Manila Bay, in what is now part of modern Manila. Its exact founding is lost to time, but Chinese records mention the kingdom as early as the 10th century, suggesting it was already well established by then. The location was everything. Tondo controlled the mouth of the Pasig River, which provided access to the vast Laguna de Bay and the fertile inland valleys beyond. This gave Tondo control over agricultural production, freshwater trade routes, and access to gold from the interior mountains. The natural harbor of Manila Bay offered protection for ships and made Tondo a logical stopping point for vessels traveling along the Philippine coast or crossing to China. The Laguna copperplate inscription. Our most concrete evidence of Tondo's sophistication comes from an extraordinary artifact, the Laguna copperplate inscription, dated to 900 CE. This makes it the earliest known written document from the Philippines. Discovered in 1989, this copperplate contains text in Old Malay using a Sanskrit-derived script, revealing connections to the broader Malay world. The inscription records the clearing of a debt, a seemingly mundane administrative matter that actually tells us volumes. It mentions several place names, including Tondo, uses Sanskrit loanwords showing Indianized culture, references a complex calendar system, and demonstrates written legal procedures. This was not a simple society. It was a bureaucratic state with written laws, debt instruments, and formal administrative processes. The inscription also mentions officials with Sanskrit-derived titles, suggesting Tondo had adopted elements of Indian statecraft while maintaining its distinct character. This pattern of cultural borrowing and adaptation was typical of successful Southeast Asian kingdoms of the era. Political structure and power. Tondo was ruled by paramount chiefs who bore the title Lakan, a term that implied both political and spiritual authority. The Lakan of Tondo commanded not just the capital, but a network of allied and subordinate settlements throughout the region. Archaeological evidence and later Spanish accounts suggest a hierarchical society with a ruling class, the Maharlika, commoners, and dependent classes. What made Tondo particularly powerful was its control of trade. The kingdom monopolized certain goods moving through Manila Bay and could levy taxes on vessels using its waters. Chinese sources indicate that Tondo sent tribute missions to various Chinese dynasties, which was less about subservience than about securing trading privileges and diplomatic recognition. Economy and the gold trade was Tondo's greatest treasure, literally. The mountains of Luzon contained significant gold deposits, and Tondo controlled access to much of this wealth. Chinese merchants particularly prized Philippine gold for its purity. The kingdom developed sophisticated gold working techniques, producing intricate jewelry, religious items, and trade goods. But Tondo's economy was diversified. The kingdom exported rice from its agricultural hinterlands, tropical hardwoods, pearls, beeswax, and various forest products. In return, Tondo imported Chinese ceramics, Indian textiles, bronze implements, and luxury goods from across Asia. The archaeological record, Chinese ceramics found in burial sites, Indian beads, and Middle Eastern glass, testifies to these far-flung connections. Tondo's regional influence. At its height, Tondo's influence extended beyond Manila Bay. The kingdom had tributary relationships with settlements along the Luzon coast and inland communities that provided gold, rice, and labor. Tondo's merchants traveled to China, where they were recognized as representatives of a legitimate foreign kingdom. Some historians argue that Tondo was the most powerful Philippine polity of the pre-colonial period, though this claim is contested by proponents of Butuan and other kingdoms. Butuan, the southern rival geographic advantage. While Tondo commanded the north, Butuan rose to prominence in the northeast corner of Mindanao, along the Agusan River. Like Tondo, Butuan's location was key to its success. The Agusan River provided access to the interior of Mindanao, one of the richest regions in the Philippines for gold, hardwoods, and other forest products. Butuan faced the Pacific Ocean and the Bohol Sea, positioning it perfectly for trade with the Visayas, eastern routes to the Pacific, and voyages northward to China or southward to the Spice Islands. The kingdom controlled several harbors and developed expertise in shipbuilding that would become legendary. Evidence of sophistication. Archaeological excavations around Butuan have revealed remarkable finds. The most famous are the Butuan boats, ancient watercraft buried in the soil, preserved by the wet conditions. These vessels, some dating to the 4th century CE or earlier, demonstrate advanced shipbuilding techniques, including the use of dowels, sophisticated hull construction, and designs suited for both river and ocean travel. The discovery of gold artifacts in Butuan surpasses even Tondo's treasures in some respects. The golden Tara statue, found in 1917, depicts a Hindu-Buddhist deity in a style suggesting Indian influence. Numerous gold jewelry pieces, including intricate chainwork and embossed designs, show highly developed metallurgical skills. Chinese ceramics, beads from India, and other trade goods found in archaeological sites confirm that Butuan was deeply integrated into Asian trade networks. The sheer quantity and quality of these finds suggest Butuan was not merely a trading post, but a wealthy kingdom in its own right. Chinese recognition. Perhaps the most significant evidence of Butuan's importance comes from Chinese imperial records. The Song dynasty, histories record tribute missions from Butuan beginning in 1001 CE, making Butuan the first Philippine kingdom to have definitively documented contact with China. Between 1001 and 1031 CE, Butuan sent at least 3 major missions to China.
With Capella University's FlexPath format, your learning doesn't have to interrupt your life.
The Barnes firm has years of experience handling thousands of car crash cases. We will give you the support you need and help to get the best result possible.
Injury attorneys call 800 million.
When Ralph's Pharmacy is on your side, our pharmacists help you find lower prices by accepting most discount cards for your prescriptions. That's convenience that works for everyone. Ralph's Pharmacy, a world of care is in store.
These weren't simple trading expeditions, but formal diplomatic embassies led by high-ranking officials. The Chinese recorded the names of Butuan's rulers and described the kingdom's customs, products, and political organization. This level of attention indicates that China regarded Butuan as a significant foreign power worthy of diplomatic recognition. The tribute system was actually a sophisticated trade mechanism. Kingdoms sent tribute to China, valuable gifts presented as homage, and received even more valuable gifts in return, along with trading privileges. For Butuan to maintain this relationship required substantial resources, organized government, and diplomatic sophistication. Political organization less is known about Butuan's internal political structure than Tondo's, but the evidence suggests a similar pattern. A paramount ruler supported by a hierarchy of nobles, with power based on control of trade, resources, and spiritual religious authority. The presence of Hindu-Buddhist religious artifacts indicates that Butuan's rulers, like many Southeast Asian monarchs, adopted Indianized concepts of divine kingship to legitimize their authority. Butuan appears to have controlled a confederation of settlements along the Agusan River and nearby coasts. The kingdom's power rested on its monopoly over gold from the interior, its shipbuilding capabilities, and its strategic position on trade routes. Maritime excellence. What truly distinguished Butuan was its maritime tradition. The preserved boats demonstrate that Butuan's craftsmen had mastered complex nautical engineering. These vessels could navigate rivers, coastal waters, and open ocean, making them ideal for both collecting products from the interior and engaging in long-distance trade. Historical sources suggest that Butuan merchants ranged widely. They certainly traveled to China, but likely also visited other Philippine islands, Borneo, the Moluccas, and perhaps even Java. This maritime prowess made Butuan a formidable commercial power and gave it influence throughout the eastern Philippines and beyond. Tondo versus Butuan, comparing the powers, similarities. Both kingdoms emerged in strategic locations where river systems met the sea, giving them access to interior resources and maritime trade routes. Both developed sophisticated political organizations with hierarchical societies and bureaucratic capabilities. Both engaged in long-distance trade and maintained diplomatic relations with China and other Asian powers. Both accumulated significant wealth, particularly in gold, and developed advanced metalworking techniques. Both adopted and adapted foreign cultural elements, Indianized concepts of statecraft, Sanskrit terminology, and Hindu-Buddhist religious ideas, while maintaining distinct local identities. Differences. The kingdoms differed in their geographic spheres of influence. Tondo focused on Luzon and the northern Philippines, while Butuan dominated Mindanao and had stronger connections to the Visayas and southern regions. This geographic separation meant they weren't direct competitors for the same territory, though they likely competed for Chinese favor and trade advantages. Their economic bases, while both reliant on gold, differed in emphasis. Tondo's economy appears more diversified, with significant agricultural production and a wider range of exports. Butuan seems more focused on gold, forest products, and maritime trade. Tondo controlled a larger and more populous hinterland. Butuan had superior maritime technology and shipbuilding. The timing of their peaks may have differed slightly. Chinese records show Butuan active as early as 1001 CE, while Tondo's earliest definitive documentation is the Laguna copperplate of 900 CE, though this may simply reflect gaps in our evidence. Some historians argue Butuan reached its zenith somewhat earlier than Tondo, but both were powerful throughout the 10th to 14th centuries. Cultural differences. The available evidence suggests some cultural variations. Butuan's artifacts show stronger Hindu-Buddhist influences, particularly the golden Tara statue and other religious items. Tondo's Laguna copperplate, while using Sanskrit-derived script, seems to reflect a more thoroughly indigenized culture that had absorbed Indic elements into local frameworks. This might reflect Butuan's closer connections to maritime Southeast Asian cultures that were more heavily Indianized, while Tondo developed in an environment where Chinese influence was perhaps more direct and sustained. The wider context. Other Philippine kingdoms. Tondo and Butuan were not alone. The Philippines of this era hosted numerous sophisticated polities. In the Visayas, kingdoms like Cebu and Bohol controlled important trade routes. In Mindanao, the kingdom of Sulu would later rise to prominence, particularly after adopting Islam. In northern Luzon, kingdoms like Pangasinan and Cagayan developed their own spheres of influence. These kingdoms sometimes cooperated, sometimes competed, and probably sometimes fought. They formed alliances, conducted trade with each other, and occasionally one might gain temporary dominance over others. The Philippines was not a unified country, but a complex political landscape of interacting kingdoms, much like medieval Europe or the city-states of Renaissance Italy. What united these kingdoms was their participation in broader Asian trade networks, their maritime orientation, their social hierarchies, and their gradual adoption of Indianized cultural elements. What divided them was competition for resources, trade advantages, and political power. The arrival of Islam and new powers. By the 14th and 15th centuries, a new force was transforming Southeast Asia, Islam. Muslim merchants from Arabia, Persia, India, and eventually from other parts of Southeast Asia, brought not only a new religion, but new trading connections and political models. In the southern Philippines, Islamic sultanates began to emerge. The Sultanate of Sulu and the Maguindanao Sultanate would become powerful forces that eventually overshadowed earlier kingdoms like Butuan. These Islamic states brought the Philippines into the Islamic trading world, creating new networks and alliances. In Luzon, Islamic influence also grew. By the time the Spanish arrived in 1571, the ruler of Manila, which had eclipsed Tondo, was Raja Sulaiman, a Muslim convert. Tondo itself was ruled by Raja Lakandula, whose kingdom was in a complex relationship with Muslim Manila, sometimes allied, sometimes subordinate, sometimes independent. The Spanish conquest and the end of the Gold Kingdoms. The arrival of Miguel Lopez de Legazpi in 1565 and the subsequent Spanish colonization brought an end to the independent Philippine kingdoms. The Spanish conquered Manila in 1571, subduing both Tondo and the Muslim kingdom of Manila. Butuan and other Mindanao kingdoms resisted longer, but Spanish power combined with internal divisions and the disruption of traditional trade networks eventually brought them under colonial control. The Spanish were astounded by the wealth they found. Early accounts describe Filipinos wearing gold jewelry, using gold-decorated weapons, and possessing far more gold than seemed possible for simple islanders. This wealth had been accumulated over centuries of mining, trade, and craftsmanship, the inheritance of kingdoms like Tondo and Butuan. Colonial policies systematically dismantled the old kingdoms. Spanish authorities replaced indigenous rulers with colonial officials. Christianity supplanted traditional religions, and the tribute trade system with China was replaced by the galleon trade with Mexico. Writing in indigenous scripts disappeared as Spanish and the Latin alphabet became dominant. Within a few generations, the memory of the great kingdoms faded.
If you hear the news, now Boost Mobile, we're offering unlimited talk, text, and data for only $25 a month, even for a single line, forever.
Forever?
Yes, forever. Para toda la vida.
Toda la vida, tirando amor por todos lados. Toda la vida, toda la vida. Toda la vida.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the Safety Pros 2 call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Mythos Amit Raj. I'm Amit, your host, and this is episode 4 of our journey through ancient Philippines. Over the past 3 episodes, we've explored forgotten kingdoms, traced migrations across oceans, and uncovered 47,000-year-old mysteries. But today we're talking about something that literally glitters. Today we're talking about gold. Not just any gold, we're talking about some of the finest gold work ever created in ancient Asia. This is the story of why early Chinese traders called the Philippines Luzon of the Golden Sands, and why Spanish conquistadors couldn't believe their eyes when they first saw Filipino gold craftsmanship. April 1981. Workers are dredging sand from a riverbed in Surigao del Sur, Mindanao. It's routine work. They're looking for construction materials. But then their shovels hit something hard, something that doesn't belong in river sand. They pull it up, wash off the mud, and suddenly they're staring at gold, pure, gleaming gold, intricate jewelry, statues, ornaments covered in detailed craftsmanship. At first, they have no idea what they've found. Some pieces get sold, some get melted down, a tragedy that archaeologists still mourn today. But eventually, word reaches the authorities and archaeologists rush to the site. What they discover changes everything we thought we knew about ancient Filipino civilization. Over 4 kilograms of pure gold artifacts, necklaces so intricate they require magnification to appreciate. Statues of Hindu-Buddhist deities with details so fine they rival anything from India or Java. Rings, bracelets, and ornaments that demonstrate mastery of techniques like granulation and filigree. techniques so difficult that even modern jewelers struggle to replicate them. This was the Surigao treasure, and it proved, beyond any doubt, that ancient Filipinos weren't just using gold, they were masters of it. Today, we're diving into the golden age of Filipino craftsmanship, the Surigao treasure. Let's talk about what was actually found in Surigao, because these artifacts are absolutely stunning. The collection includes over 100 individual pieces, though the exact number is disputed because some items were lost or sold before archaeologists could catalogue everything. What survives today is housed in the Ayala Museum in Manila, and if you ever get the chance to see them in person, take it. Photos don't do them justice. The most spectacular pieces are the golden statues. There's a figure of a Hindu deity, possibly Garuda, or a related figure from Hindu Buddhist mythology, depicted with incredible detail, feathers, facial features, ornate clothing. Every element is carefully crafted. The figure is barely a few inches tall, but the level of detail is extraordinary. Then there are the necklaces, multiple strands of gold beads, some with intricate granulation. That's a technique where tiny gold spheres are fused onto a surface to create patterns. This technique requires incredible skill because the temperature has to be exactly right. Too hot, and the gold melts into a blob. Too cool, and the spheres don't fuse. Ancient Filipino goldsmiths mastered this perfectly. There are rings with detailed engravings, some showing what appear to be religious or mythological scenes. Bracelets with twisted wire designs. Earrings so delicate they look like they weigh nothing. And ceremonial items whose exact purposes we can only guess at. Perhaps used in rituals, perhaps markers of status and rank. When archaeologists analyzed these pieces, they dated them to around 1000 CE, give or take a century. That places them in the same period as the Laguna copper plate inscription we discussed in episode 1. This was the height of ancient Filipino civilization, connected to regional trade networks, producing world-class art, and accumulating significant wealth. But here's what's most important: the craftsmanship. Spanish accounts from the 16th century mention that Filipino goldsmiths were so skilled that the Spanish immediately recognized their value and sent them to work in Mexico. These weren't primitive craftspeople learning from Europeans. These were masters teaching techniques to the colonizers. So why gold? Why did ancient Filipinos value it so much, and how did they get it? First, the Philippines is naturally rich in gold. Even today, the country has significant gold deposits, particularly in Mindanao, the Cordillera region of Luzon, and parts of the Visayas. Ancient Filipinos mined this gold through placer mining, basically panning for gold in rivers and streams where natural erosion had washed gold particles from ore deposits. They also used simple shaft mining, digging into hillsides where gold veins were visible. It wasn't industrial-scale mining like today, but it was effective enough to produce significant quantities. Spanish colonial records mention Filipino miners producing gold that was then traded regionally. But gold wasn't just about wealth in the modern sense. In ancient Filipino society, gold served multiple functions. It was a symbol of status and power. Datus and nobles wore gold jewelry to display their rank. The more gold you wore, the higher your status. Some Spanish accounts describe Filipino leaders so covered in gold jewelry, they literally clinked when they walked. Gold was also used in religious and ceremonial contexts. Many of the Surigao pieces show Hindu-Buddhist religious imagery, suggesting they were used in rituals or as offerings. Gold had spiritual significance, not just material value. Gold served as a form of currency in trade. While ancient Filipinos didn't have coined money in the modern sense, gold had inherent value that everyone recognized. It could be traded for goods, used to pay debts, or given as bride price in marriages. And perhaps most importantly, gold was art. Ancient Filipinos created gold objects, not just because they were valuable, but because they were beautiful. The craftsmanship itself was a source of pride and a demonstration of cultural sophistication. Now let's talk about how they actually made these incredible objects, because the techniques are fascinating. Ancient Filipino goldsmiths used several sophisticated methods. The most basic was hammering. Gold is one of the most malleable metals. You can hammer it incredibly thin without it breaking. Filipino craftspeople hammered gold into sheets, then cut and shaped these sheets into jewelry and ornaments. But they went far beyond simple hammering. They mastered granulation, the technique I mentioned earlier, where tiny gold spheres are fused onto a surface. To do this, you need to heat the gold to exactly the right temperature. Ancient goldsmiths used charcoal fires with blowpipes to control temperature precisely. The fact that they could do this consistently shows deep understanding of metallurgy. They also used filigree, creating intricate designs from fine gold wire. The wire was drawn through progressively smaller holes until it was incredibly thin, then twisted, curled, and soldered into decorative patterns. Some of the surigao pieces show filigree work so fine you need magnification to see the individual wires. Lost wax casting was another technique they employed. This involves creating a model of the desired object in wax, covering it in clay, then heating it until the wax melts out, leaving a hollow mold. Molten gold is poured into this mold, and when it cools, you break away the clay to reveal the golden object. The Hindu-Buddhist figurines from Surigao were likely made this way. Repoussé and chasing. These are techniques where you hammer gold from behind to create raised designs, then refine those designs from the front with specialized tools. This creates three-dimensional imagery on flat gold surfaces. They also knew how to alloy gold with other metals. Pure gold is actually quite soft, so mixing it with copper or silver creates harder, more durable alloys. Different alloys produce different colors, from the reddish tint of copper-gold alloys to the paler color of silver-gold mixes. The tools they used were simple by modern standards: stone hammers, bamboo punches, shell scrapers, and basic metal implements. But in skilled hands, these simple tools created masterpieces.
The best all-around fit for us was the Tundra. It feels phenomenal. I feel safe, drives great, has plenty of power, and is very smooth on the road. The towing capacity is around 12,000 pounds. Anywhere we've towed it, it feels like the boat's not even behind you. Whether we're on the mountain or exploring the desert, we can get through any trail and terrain. I'm Hayden Leslie, and I drive the Toyota Tundra.
New Got to Be Curled for different curl patterns. Own your style with New Got to Be Curled.
Whoa. Okay.
What?
Yep, protein Eggo waffles. Same great Eggo taste with 20% of your daily protein. Lego my protein Eggo.
I wasn't always here, but thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
3 years ago, I didn't have a degree. I liked my job. I just hit a ceiling. I needed the credentials.
I never thought college was my thing.
Getting a degree backed by the power of Purdue,
So going to class from wherever.
Whatever. So nothing is stopping me. Nothing keeping me from my dream job.
This is my comeback. Discover the degree that's right for you at purdueglobal.edu.
The Philippines as land of gold. Ancient Chinese texts refer to Luzon as Liu Sung, or Luzon of the Golden Sands. Arab traders knew the Philippines as a source of gold. Why did these foreign merchants associate the Philippines so strongly with gold? Because the Philippines was a major gold supplier in ancient Asian trade networks. Chinese traders came to the Philippines specifically to buy gold, trading silk, porcelain, and iron for Filipino gold and other products. This trade was so significant that it's mentioned in Chinese historical records dating back to the Song dynasty, around 1000 CE. Arab merchants sailing the Indian Ocean trade routes also knew about Filipino gold. Some scholars believe that the legendary land of Ophir, mentioned in ancient texts, a mysterious gold-rich land, might actually refer to the Philippines or parts of Southeast Asia, including the Philippines. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they were astonished by the amount of gold they saw. Miguel López de Legazpi, who established the first permanent Spanish settlement in 1565, wrote detailed accounts describing Filipino nobles wearing elaborate gold jewelry. Spanish records mentioned that even common people wore gold ornaments. One Spanish chronicler wrote that he saw a chieftain whose armor was partly made of gold, wearing gold necklaces, bracelets, and anklets, with gold-hilted weapons. The Spanish had come to the Philippines looking for the Spice Islands, but they found something else valuable: gold and the skilled craftspeople who could work it. This abundance of gold and skilled goldsmiths had a tragic consequence. The Spanish immediately began extracting Filipino goldsmiths to work in their American colonies. Filipino craftsmen were sent to Mexico to work in Spanish gold and silver workshops. Their skills were exploited to enrich the colonial powers. Many ancient gold artifacts were also melted down by the Spanish. They didn't care about the artistic or historical value, they just wanted the raw gold. This is why discoveries like the Surigao treasure are so precious. They survived the melting pot. Other gold discoveries. Surigao wasn't the only significant gold find in the Philippines. Let me tell you about some other incredible discoveries. In the Butuan area of northeastern Mindanao, archaeologists have found numerous gold artifacts, including death masks, thin sheets of gold placed over the faces of deceased nobles. These gold death masks are rare in Southeast Asian archaeology, making the Butuan finds particularly significant. The National Museum has a collection of gold jewelry from various parts of the Philippines, including an impressive gold kinara sash, a belt or sash decorated with kinara figures from Hindu-Buddhist mythology. The craftsmanship rivals anything from the great civilizations of India or Java. In the Cordillera region of northern Luzon, indigenous peoples had traditions of gold mining that go back centuries. Some of these communities still practice small-scale gold mining using traditional methods. Their oral histories speak of ancestors who worked gold long before the Spanish arrived. There's also the Agusan image, a golden statue found in Agusan del Sur in 1917. It depicts a female figure, possibly a Buddhist or Hindu deity, and weighs about 4 pounds. It's one of the largest pre-colonial gold artifacts found in the Philippines. Archaeological surveys of ancient burial sites throughout the archipelago consistently find gold artifacts, rings, beads, small ornaments. Even sites that aren't considered particularly wealthy often have some gold items, suggesting that gold ownership was relatively widespread in ancient Filipino society. What all these discoveries tell us is that Surigao, as spectacular as it is, wasn't unique. Gold craftsmanship was practiced throughout the ancient Philippines. Different regions had their own styles, their own techniques, their own artistic traditions. This was a widespread cultural practice, not isolated genius. So why does ancient Filipino gold work matter today? First, it destroys the colonial narrative that Filipinos were primitive before European contact. You can't create the Surigao treasure without sophisticated metallurgical knowledge, artistic vision, and cultural sophistication. These artifacts prove that ancient Filipinos were world-class craftspeople. Second, it shows the Philippines' deep integration into ancient Asian trade networks. The Hindu-Buddhist imagery on some pieces shows cultural exchange with India and Java. The fact that Chinese traders specifically sought Filipino gold shows economic importance. The Philippines wasn't isolated, it was connected. Third, it's a source of national pride. Modern Filipinos can look at these artifacts and see what their ancestors created. It's tangible proof of cultural achievement that survived centuries of colonization. And finally, it's a reminder of what was lost. For every Surigao treasure that survived, how many were melted down? How many artifacts are gone forever, destroyed for their raw material? We'll never know the full extent of ancient Filipino artistic achievement because so much was deliberately destroyed. Today, Filipino jewelers and artists are reviving ancient techniques. They study the Surigao pieces, experiment with traditional methods, and create new works inspired by ancient designs. The tradition isn't dead, it's being reborn. Tomorrow, in episode 5, we're going back to that copper plate we mentioned in episode 1, the Laguna copper plate inscription. We're going to dive deep into what it actually says, what it reveals about ancient Filipino society, and why a single piece of metal changed everything we thought we knew about Philippine history. You won't want to miss it. I'm Amit, this is Mythos Amit Raj, and remember, gold doesn't just represent wealth. It represents vision, skill, and the human desire to create beauty that lasts through the ages. If you're amazed by ancient Filipino gold work, hit that like button. Subscribe to Mythos Amit Raj. We've got 26 more episodes exploring this incredible civilization. Turn on notifications so you don't miss a single episode. Drop a comment. Have you seen any of these gold artifacts in person? What surprised you most about ancient Filipino craftsmanship? I love hearing your thoughts. And share this video with anyone interested in ancient art, archaeology, or the hidden achievements of Asian civilizations. Let's spread the word about these incredible discoveries. See you for episode 5. Keep exploring, keep learning, and never stop appreciating the artistry of the past.
When Ralph's Pharmacy is on your side, our pharmacists help you find lower prices by accepting most discount cards for your prescriptions. That's convenience that works for everyone. Ralph's Pharmacy, a world of care, is in store.
Tonight I got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell her that I'm on to the praise. On to the next one. On to the
Welcome back to Mythos Amit Raj. I'm your host Amit, and this is episode 10 of our journey through ancient Philippines. Over the past 9 episodes, we've explored kingdoms, leaders, and the barangay system. But today we're talking about something intense: warfare. How did ancient Filipinos fight? What weapons did they use? What tactics made them so effective? And why were Filipino warriors feared throughout Southeast Asia? This is the story of ancient Filipino warfare, the weapons, the warriors, and the battles that shaped this civilization. Hey history lovers, quick favor before we start. If you enjoyed today's video, please help me reach 5,000 likes, and don't forget to subscribe for more amazing historical stories. Imagine you're a Spanish conquistador in 1521. You've just helped conquer the mighty Aztec Empire in Mexico. You've seen battle. You think you know warfare. Now you've arrived in the Philippines, and you're facing warriors unlike any you've encountered before. These fighters move with incredible speed through jungle and water. They're covered in tattoos that mark their kills and courage. They wield razor-sharp blades that can cut through your armor. They fight with a ferocity that shocks even hardened soldiers, and they absolutely refuse to surrender, even when defeat seems certain. Spanish records describe Filipino warriors with a mixture of respect and fear. One chronicler wrote about fighters who would continue attacking, even after receiving multiple wounds that would drop most men. Another described combat so fierce that Spanish soldiers, veterans of European wars, were genuinely terrified. Today, we're diving deep into what made ancient Filipino warfare so distinctive and so effective. From the weapons they forged to the tactics they mastered, this is a warrior culture that deserves to be remembered. Let's start with the weapons, because ancient Filipino metallurgy was seriously impressive. The most famous weapon was the kris, a distinctive wavy-bladed dagger or sword. That wavy blade wasn't just decorative, it created a wound that was extremely difficult to treat. The blade would twist as it entered, causing massive internal damage. Spanish accounts describe kris wounds as particularly deadly, often leading to infection even when the initial injury wasn't immediately fatal. Then there was the campilan, a large single-edged sword with a distinctive split tip. This was a two-handed weapon designed for powerful slashing attacks. The campilan could split a man from shoulder to waist. In a single strike, Spanish soldiers learned to fear this weapon, as it could cut through their armor and shields. The barong was another blade, shorter than the campilan, but equally deadly. It had a leaf-shaped blade, wide in the middle and tapering to a point. This design gave it excellent balance for both cutting and thrusting. Different regions had different barong styles, each adapted to local fighting methods. For ranged combat, Filipino warriors used bows and arrows. These weren't the massive longbows of medieval England. They were shorter, designed for use in dense jungle terrain and from boats. But they were extremely effective. Arrows were often poisoned, turning even a minor wound into a death sentence. The poisons came from various plants and creatures, and the recipes were closely guarded secrets. Blowguns were used in some regions, particularly for hunting, but also in warfare. Like arrows, the darts were poisoned. A skilled warrior could fire multiple darts rapidly and accurately. Shields were essential defensive equipment made from wood or rattan, often reinforced with animal hide. These shields were surprisingly effective. They were designed to deflect blows, rather than absorb them directly, using angles to redirect attacks. What's remarkable is that all these weapons were locally produced. Filipino metalworkers had mastered iron and steel working centuries before Spanish contact. They weren't importing weapons. They were creating some of the finest blades in Southeast Asia. Warrior training and culture. Filipino boys didn't suddenly become warriors when war broke out. They trained from childhood in a martial arts tradition that was both practical and spiritual. The martial arts system varied by region, but the core principles were consistent. You learn to fight with weapons first, then empty-handed techniques. This is opposite to many martial arts traditions that start with empty-hand fighting. The Filipino logic was simple. In real combat, you'll have a weapon. Train with it. Training emphasized speed, precision, and adaptability. You learned to fight with whatever was at hand. A stick, a blade, a rope. Anything could become a weapon if you knew how to use it. This adaptability served Filipino warriors well throughout their history. Young warriors proved themselves through ritual combat and raids. These weren't casual affairs. They were serious tests of skill and courage. A young man who wanted to be respected as a warrior had to demonstrate his abilities in actual combat. Here's something fascinating. Remember those tattoos we mentioned earlier? In many Filipino cultures, particularly among the Visayans, you earned the right to be tattooed by proving yourself in battle. Each tattoo marked a specific achievement: a kill in combat, an act of bravery, leadership in a successful raid. The most heavily tattooed warriors, called pintados by the Spanish, were walking records of their combat achievements. These tattoos weren't just decoration, they were identification and intimidation. When you faced an opponent covered in tattoos, you knew immediately that you were fighting someone who had survived many battles. It was psychological warfare before the fighting even started. Warriors also underwent spiritual preparation for combat. Babaylans, the spiritual leaders we discussed in an earlier episode, would perform rituals to protect warriors, to ensure victory, to honor the ancestors who would watch over the battle. Whether this had supernatural effect or not, it certainly had psychological effect. Warriors went into battle believing they had spiritual protection and ancestral support. The warrior class, the Maharlika, maintained their skills even during peacetime. They would train regularly, practice with weapons, engage in mock combat. Being a warrior wasn't just a wartime role, it was a permanent identity and responsibility. Ancient Filipino warfare wasn't just about individual combat skill. It involved sophisticated tactics and strategy adapted to the archipelago's unique geography. Naval warfare was crucial. With 7,000 islands, you couldn't avoid fighting on water. Filipino warriors were experts at boat-to-boat combat. They would row their barangay boats rapidly toward enemy vessels, then board them for close combat. The speed and maneuverability of Filipino boats gave them significant advantages. Raids were the most common form of warfare. A barangay would launch a surprise attack on arrival, aiming to capture slaves, steal goods, or eliminate enemies. These raids required careful planning, choosing the right time, approaching undetected, striking quickly, and escaping before reinforcements arrived. The best time for raids was often at dawn, when people were still waking, or during festivals, when communities were distracted. Warriors would approach by water when possible, using rivers and coastlines to get close without being detected. Ambush tactics were highly developed. Warriors would hide in dense jungle, wait for enemy patrols or traders, then attack from multiple directions simultaneously. The goal was to create chaos and prevent organized resistance. Filipino warriors excelled at guerrilla warfare when facing larger, better equipped enemies. As they eventually did against the Spanish, they would avoid open battle. Instead, they used hit-and-run tactics, ambushes, and raids to wear down the enemy. They knew their terrain intimately and used it to their advantage. Communication during battle was crucial. Warriors used horns, drums, and shouts to coordinate movements. Each signal had specific meaning: advance, retreat, flank, regroup. This allowed relatively large groups to fight as coordinated units rather than just individual warriors. Psychological warfare played a major role. War cries, drums, and displays of ferocity were all designed to intimidate enemies before combat even began. If you could break enemy morale, you could win without as much actual fighting.
We're building hundreds of satellites for proliferated low Earth orbit, creating a constellation at speed, enabling the Space Development Agency and our nation to respond quickly to emerging threats.
Simplify your protein with 100% all-natural chicken. Tyson high-protein, simple ingredient nuggets.
It's refreshing when things fit just right, like your auto insurance.
Okay. Come to BSW for the shoes, stay for the fun. Because if shoe shopping isn't fun, are you even doing it right? Find shoes that get you at prices that get your budget. Okay. BSW, let us surprise you.
I wanted to give something to the fans that they didn't expect. We're going to do everything in our power to blow your mind. There's magic in the arrows. This is the biggest challenge we've ever done. Tonight, we complete that challenge.
For one last time.
Now let me ask you, comment below, what do you think is more important in warfare? Superior weapons and numbers, or superior tactics and knowledge of terrain? Ancient Filipinos often won battles through the latter. Ancient Filipino warfare had rules and ethics, though they varied between regions and weren't always followed in the heat of battle. Prisoners of war faced various fates. High-status captives might be held for ransom. Their families would pay goods, gold, or other valuables for their return. This was preferable to execution and benefited both sides economically. Lower-status captives often became slaves. They would work for their captors, though their status could improve over time. Some eventually became full members of the barangay that captured them, especially if they proved loyal and useful. In some cases, captured warriors were executed, particularly if they had killed important people from the victorious barangay. This was seen as justice rather than murder, balancing the scales for previous killings. There were customs about how prisoners should be treated. Torturing prisoners was frowned upon in many barangay cultures, though killing them in combat or execution was acceptable. The distinction was about honor. Warriors should fight and kill honorably, not cause unnecessary suffering. Revenge was a powerful motivator in ancient Filipino warfare. If someone from your barangay was killed, your community had an obligation to seek revenge. This could create cycles of violence, where barangays raided each other back and forth for generations, each attack avenging the previous one. Women and children were generally not targets in warfare, though they might be captured as slaves. Deliberately killing women and children was considered dishonorable by most barangay cultures. Warriors who did this lost respect and status. There were also customs about sacred places. Certain locations, shrines, burial grounds, sacred trees, were supposed to be off limits, even during warfare. Violating these taboos was believed to bring supernatural punishment. Alliances were taken seriously. If your barangay had an alliance with another, you were expected to come to their aid in warfare. Breaking an alliance was a serious betrayal that could result in your barangay being isolated and vulnerable. Ancient Filipino history is full of legendary warriors and battles, though many weren't recorded in detail until Spanish colonization. The most famous warrior in Filipino history is Lapu-Lapu, and we're going to dedicate an entire future episode to him. But I'll give you a preview. In 1521, Lapu-Lapu led warriors from Mactan Island against Ferdinand Magellan's expedition. Magellan, one of history's greatest explorers, died in that battle. Filipino warriors defeated European conquistadors in direct combat. This wasn't a siege or an ambush. It was a face-to-face battle, and the Filipinos won decisively. That victory sent shockwaves through the Spanish colonial system. The Philippines wasn't going to be an easy conquest, like Mexico or Peru. Filipino warriors were formidable opponents who knew their terrain and refused to be intimidated by European weapons. Throughout the Spanish colonial period, various warriors continued resistance. In the south, the Moro warriors, Muslims from Mindanao and Sulu, fought against Spanish control for centuries, they never fully surrendered. The Spanish held some coastal fortresses, but the interior remained independent. These Moro warriors were particularly feared. They conducted raids on Spanish-controlled territories, using their swift boats to strike and disappear before Spanish forces could respond. The Spanish term juramentado described Moro warriors who took sacred oaths to fight to the death, making them nearly impossible to stop once they committed to battle. The Spanish eventually developed specific tactics and weapons to fight Filipino warriors. They built stone fortifications because Filipino warriors could overwhelm wooden palisades. They used concentrated firearm volleys because Filipino warriors would charge through single shots. They learned to respect Filipino combat skills the hard way through defeats and casualties. What's remarkable is that Filipino warrior culture continued even under colonial rule. Martial arts traditions were practiced in secret. Warrior legends were told and retold. The spirit of resistance never fully died, which is why Filipino independence movements in later centuries could draw on this long warrior tradition. Different regions produced different warrior cultures. The Igorot people of the northern mountains were headhunters, with elaborate traditions around taking and preserving enemy heads. The Visayan Pintados were renowned for their tattoos and fierce fighting. The Moro of the south developed sophisticated naval warfare. Each adapted their warrior traditions to their specific environment and circumstances. Ancient Filipino warfare left a lasting legacy that extends far beyond the pre-colonial period. Filipino martial arts, known collectively as Kali, Eskrima, or Arnis depending on region, survived Spanish colonization and are practiced worldwide today. These aren't reconstructions or reimagined systems, they're direct continuations of ancient warrior traditions, passed down through generations. Modern Filipino martial arts still emphasize weapon training first, still teach adaptability, still focus on speed and precision over strength. The techniques that ancient warriors used against Spanish soldiers are still being taught and practiced. That's an unbroken chain of knowledge spanning hundreds of years. The warrior ethos also influenced Filipino culture more broadly. The concept of haya, shame or loss of honor, is deeply connected to warrior culture. So is utang na loob, the debt of gratitude that creates obligations between people. These cultural values made sense in a warrior society where honor and mutual obligation were essential for survival. Filipino resistance to colonization, both Spanish and later American, drew heavily on warrior traditions. Insurgents used guerrilla tactics that ancient warriors had perfected. They drew inspiration from legendary warriors like Lapu-Lapu. The spirit of resistance was directly connected to ancient warrior culture. Even today, you can see echoes of warrior culture in Filipino society. The respect for martial arts, the emphasis on courage and honor, the tradition of close combat training, these all trace back to ancient warrior traditions. What's important to understand is that ancient Filipino warfare wasn't mindless violence. It was a sophisticated system of combat, tactics, weapons technology, and warrior ethics. It was cultural practice that shaped society and created lasting traditions. The Spanish eventually conquered most of the Philippines, but it took them over 300 years to fully establish control, and even then, some regions remained functionally independent. That's a testament to the effectiveness of Filipino warriors and their refusal to surrender their freedom. In episode 11, we're exploring something visually striking: the tattooed warriors, the pintados of the Visayas. We'll dive deep into why tattoos were so important, what they meant, and how they connected to the warrior culture we discussed today. This is going to be a fascinating look at body art as cultural practice. I'm your host, Amit. This is Mythos Amit Raj, and remember, warrior cultures aren't about glorifying violence. They're about understanding how societies organized for defense, how they valued courage, and how they passed down traditions of honor and resistance. If this exploration of ancient warfare fascinated you, hit that like button. Subscribe to Mythos Amit Raj. We've got 20 more episodes exploring ancient Philippines, and everyone reveals something remarkable about this forgotten civilization. Turn on notifications so you don't miss episode 11. Drop a comment. We asked about weapons versus tactics. What's your take? And if you practice Filipino martial arts, let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear from people carrying on these ancient traditions. Share this video with anyone interested in martial arts, military history, or warrior cultures. This isn't just Filipino history. It's the story of how one civilization developed sophisticated combat systems that still influence fighters today. See you for episode 11, The Tattooed Warriors. Keep exploring, keep learning, and never forget that warrior traditions tell us profound things about cultures and values.
I moved from Dallas to Los Angeles all by myself. The order of things I wanted to set up was internet, water, then power. I needed to take a shower, but like I really did need the internet for work and like to watch my shows. That's like kind of a crazy thing to admit in front of a camera. Pretend I didn't say that. I got to Spectrum. I was so relieved that I was getting the best bang for my buck. It was a huge weight taken off of my shoulders.
Real customers, real savings. To see how much you can save, visit spectrum.com/save.
Welcome back to Mythos Amit Raj. I'm your host Amit, and this is episode 11 of our journey through ancient Philippines. In previous episode, we explored ancient Filipino warfare, the weapons, tactics, and warrior culture that resisted colonization for centuries. Today, we're diving into something visually striking and culturally profound: the tattooed warriors, the pintados of the Visayas. Why did warriors cover themselves in tattoos from head to toe? What did these intricate markings mean? How did you earn the right to be tattooed? And what happened to this tradition under Spanish colonization? This is the story of the pintados, warriors whose bodies told their life stories in permanent ink. Hey, history lovers, quick favor before we start. If you enjoyed today's video, please help me reach 5,000 likes, and don't forget to subscribe for more amazing historical stories. Picture this: April 1521. Ferdinand Magellan's Spanish expedition arrives in the Visayas, islands in the central Philippines. The crew has sailed halfway around the world. They've seen many cultures, many peoples, but nothing prepares them for what they're about to encounter. The first Filipino warriors they meet leave them completely stunned, not because of weapons or hostility, but because of what they see on their bodies. These men are covered, head to toe, in intricate tattoos, complex geometric patterns, fierce animal designs, abstract symbols covering every inch of exposed skin, arms, legs, torso, back, even faces. The Spanish are so shocked by this sight that they immediately create a new name for these people: pintados, the painted ones. Spanish chronicler Antonio Pigafetta writes detailed descriptions of these tattooed warriors, fascinated and somewhat horrified by the permanent markings. But here's what the Spanish didn't immediately understand. These weren't decorations. These weren't fashion statements or tribal identifiers. Every single tattoo had been earned through blood, courage, and survival in combat. These were warrior resumes written in ink on skin, a visual record of a man's entire combat history that everyone in the culture could read at a glance. When you faced a heavily tattooed opponent in battle, you knew immediately that you were fighting someone who had survived dozens of combat encounters. The tattoos were psychological warfare before weapons were even drawn. Today, we're exploring the fascinating culture of the pintados, what the tattoos meant, how you earned them, and why this tradition was so central to Filipino warrior identity. Let's start with the most important thing. You couldn't just decide to get a tattoo. You had to earn the right through proven courage in battle. This is fundamentally different from modern tattoo culture. A young warrior in the Visayas started life with unmarked skin. You were essentially a blank canvas, unproven, without status in warrior society. Other young men might mock you for being unmarked. Women might not take you seriously as a potential partner. You had no warrior reputation because your body showed no warrior achievements. To earn your first tattoo, you had to demonstrate courage in actual combat. The specific requirement varied by community, but generally you needed to participate successfully in a raid or kill an enemy in battle. Some communities required you to take a head, literal head hunting, that proved your warrior capability. Only after proving yourself could you approach a tattoo artist and request your first marking. The first tattoo was often placed on the chest or upper arm, prominent locations where everyone could see that you had begun your warrior career. This first marking was a major life milestone, transforming you from boy to warrior, from unmarked to recognized. Different achievements earned different tattoo styles and placements. A tattoo on the chest might represent different courage than one on the arms. Face tattoos were particularly prestigious and dangerous to earn. They marked the highest achievements and most fearsome warriors. Back tattoos often came later in a warrior's career, marking accumulated experience. The system created clear visual hierarchy. A young warrior with 1 or 2 tattoos was still proving himself. A mid-career warrior with arms and chest covered had significant experience. A veteran with full body coverage commanded immediate respect and fear. Your status was literally written on your skin, impossible to fake or hide. Creating these tattoos was not a simple or painless process. It was agonizing, and that was part of the point. The ink was made from soot, usually from burning specific plant resins or wood that produced particularly dark, rich soot. This soot would be collected carefully, then mixed with water or plant juices to create a dark pigment. Different recipes produced slightly different shades of black or blue-black. The exact formulas were often closely guarded secrets of tattoo artists, passed down through apprenticeship. The technique involved repeatedly puncturing the skin to deposit ink beneath the surface. The artist would dip the thorn or needle in ink, then rapidly tap it into the skin, creating thousands of tiny punctures. For larger areas or bold lines, the artist might use a tapping stick, hitting the back of the needle to drive it deeper. The sound of tattooing, tap, 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 would echo through the community. A single tattoo session could last several hours. Larger, more elaborate pieces required multiple sessions spread over days or weeks. Between sessions, the wounds had to heal before more work could be done. The entire process of creating extensive body coverage could take years. And it hurt intensely. There was no anesthetic, no pain relief. You were expected to endure the agony without flinching, without crying out, without showing weakness. Why? Because if you couldn't handle the pain of tattooing, how could you handle the pain of actual combat? Your ability to endure tattooing was itself a test of warrior toughness. Infection was a real danger. Puncturing skin repeatedly creates opportunities for bacteria to enter. However, traditional healing knowledge helped prevent serious complications. Tattoo artists knew which plants had antibacterial properties, which helped heal wounds, which reduced inflammation. They would apply these traditional medicines to fresh tattoos, and warriors would follow specific care instructions while healing. Wealthy or high-status warriors could afford the finest tattoo artists, who would create incredibly detailed work. We're not talking about crude scratches here. The best pintado tattoos were sophisticated art. Complex geometric patterns with perfect symmetry, realistic animal depictions showing remarkable detail, abstract designs with deep symbolic meaning. The level of artistry rivaled any tattoo tradition in the world. The patterns and designs weren't random or purely aesthetic. They carried specific meanings that everyone in the culture understood. Geometric patterns were extremely common, intricate combinations of lines, triangles, diamonds, and curves, creating complex overall designs. These often represented specific concepts like strength, protection, or connection to ancestors. The precision of geometric work also demonstrated the tattoo artist's skill. Animal designs represented the qualities of those animals. A warrior might choose a crocodile design to represent ferocity and power. Bird designs could represent freedom and the ability to strike from above. Snake patterns might represent cunning and the ability to strike suddenly. The specific animal you chose reflected the warrior qualities you embodied or aspired to. Some designs were clan or family symbols, connecting you to your lineage. These hereditary patterns marked you as belonging to a specific warrior family with its own proud history. When other warriors saw these symbols, they immediately knew your family background and could judge you partly based on your ancestors' reputations. Battle-specific tattoos might depict the enemy you'd defeated or the location where you'd proven your courage. A warrior who had defeated a particularly dangerous opponent might incorporate symbols representing that victory. Someone who had led a successful raid on a specific island might include designs marking that achievement. Spiritual protection symbols were also common. Many warriors believed certain patterns provided supernatural protection in battle, deflecting weapons, bringing good fortune, ensuring you'd return home alive. Whether these literally worked or not, the psychological confidence they provided was real and valuable. The placement of tattoos also carried meaning. Chest tattoos were often among the first earned and most important, placed over your heart, representing your courage and warrior spirit. Arm tattoos might represent strength and fighting skill. Leg tattoos could represent endurance and the ability to pursue enemies or escape danger. Back tattoos often came later, representing accumulated experience and wisdom. Face tattoos were the most prestigious and dangerous to earn. Not every warrior had face tattoos. They marked the absolute elite, those who had achieved extraordinary things. A face tattoo meant you were willing to be identified as a warrior permanently and publicly. There was no hiding a face tattoo, no backing away from your warrior identity. Women could also receive tattoos, though with different meanings and designs. Female tattoos often represented beauty, fertility, status within the community, or spiritual power rather than combat achievements. But the principle was similar. You earned the right to be tattooed by demonstrating value to the community. Whether through warrior prowess, spiritual leadership, exceptional craftsmanship, or other contributions. Now let me ask you, comment below.
Definitely sick.
On it. Take focus.
You've got a cough
Got it.
and a sore throat.
Got it.
Plus a
Fever? Got it.
Got that too.
Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing sore throat fever just for kids' medicine.
For years I searched high and low, every distant land. Found him on eBay.
Beauty to science.
At Grainger, we have over 1 million products, including the ones that help keep your workplace safe and sound. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have tattoos with personal meaning? How do you think modern tattoos compare to these earned warrior markings, where each one had to be proven through courage and achievement? Pintado tattoos served multiple psychological and social functions that went far beyond simple decoration or personal expression. First, and most obviously, intimidation. Imagine you're about to fight someone. You draw your weapon and face your opponent. Their entire body is covered in tattoos, marking dozens or hundreds of previous combat encounters. Before the fight even begins, you know this person is extremely dangerous. You know they've survived countless battles that killed other warriors. That knowledge affects your confidence, your aggression, your willingness to engage. Second, tattoos created powerful social motivation for young warriors. If you wanted respect, if you wanted status, if you wanted to be attractive to potential partners, if you wanted to be chosen for important raids, you needed to earn your tattoos. This drove young men to prove themselves in combat, to take risks, to demonstrate courage. The tattoo system strengthened the entire warrior culture by creating clear incentives for brave behavior. Third, tattoos were permanent accountability. You couldn't fake your achievements because everyone could see your tattoo record. If you claimed to be a great warrior but had few tattoos, people knew you were exaggerating or lying. Conversely, if you were heavily tattooed, your reputation was secure and visible. Fourth, tattoos made social assessment efficient. Leaders choosing warriors for a dangerous raid could immediately identify the most experienced fighters. Just look at who has the most extensive tattoos. Women choosing partners could evaluate a man's courage and accomplishments at a glance. Visiting warriors from other communities could assess each other's status instantly without lengthy verbal exchanges. This visual communication was incredibly efficient in a society where proving your reputation might otherwise require lengthy storytelling or third-party verification. Your body was your resume, always visible, always current. Fifth, tattoos created cohesion within the warrior class. Tattooed warriors shared common experiences. They'd all proven courage, all endured the pain of tattooing, all lived by the warrior code. The tattoos marked membership in an exclusive brotherhood, bound by shared values and experiences. Creating these elaborate tattoos required specialized knowledge and skill. Tattoo artists, often called Mamba Batok, held important, respected positions in the community. Tattoo artists were often connected to spiritual traditions. The Babai Lams, spiritual leaders we discussed in episode 13, sometimes performed tattooing, combining the physical process with spiritual rituals. The act of tattooing could be sacred, not just artistic. Prayers might be said, offerings made to spirits, blessings invoked for the warrior's protection. The best tattoo artists were highly sought after and well compensated. A warrior who had earned the right to a new tattoo might pay in gold, in fine weapons, in valuable trade goods, or in service. The most elaborate tattoos from the most skilled artists were expensive, which added another layer of status. Not only had you earned the tattoo through courage, you could also afford the finest work. The relationship between warrior and tattoo artist could last a lifetime. As a warrior earned new achievements, they'd return to the same artist who knew their body, their history, their developing tattoo narrative. The artist would design new pieces that complemented existing work, creating a coherent overall composition that told the warrior's complete story. When the Spanish encountered the Pintados in 1521, they didn't know what to make of them. European culture had no equivalent tradition of extensive ritual tattooing tied to warrior achievements. Early Spanish accounts are fascinating in their mix of admiration and horror. Some chroniclers wrote admiringly about the artistry and dedication the tattoos represented. They recognized the courage required both to earn tattoos and to endure the painful application process. These observers saw the Pintados as fierce but honorable warriors. Other Spanish writers condemned tattooing as savage, barbaric, or demonic. They tried to associate the practice with devil worship or paganism, framing it as something that needed to be eradicated for the Filipino spiritual salvation. This became the official Catholic Church position. Spanish missionaries worked actively to end tattooing traditions. They preached that tattooing was sinful, incompatible with Christianity. They sometimes refused baptism or other sacraments to heavily tattooed individuals. They taught that the unmarked body was pure and that tattooing defiled God's creation. In areas under strong Spanish control, particularly in larger towns where colonial authority was strongest and missionary presence was constant, they had success. Young Filipinos growing up in these colonial environments often didn't learn traditional tattooing practices. They were taught Spanish and Christian values that condemned their ancestors' traditions. But in regions where Spanish control was weak or non-existent, particularly in the mountainous interior, remote islands, and the southern sultanates that successfully resisted Spanish conquest, tattooing traditions continued. Warriors kept earning their ink, maintaining traditions despite colonial pressure. The irony is that Spanish soldiers often feared tattooed warriors specifically because they recognized what the tattoos meant. Whatever missionaries might say about savagery, soldiers understood that a heavily tattooed opponent was extremely dangerous and experienced. The very thing priests condemned was what soldiers learned to respect through hard combat experience. Over generations of colonization, tattooing traditions gradually declined in most of the Philippines. Christianity spread, and with it came European attitudes about the body. By the 1800s, extensive warrior tattooing had largely disappeared from colonized areas. In episode 12, we're exploring something that will surprise many people: women in ancient Philippines. Property rights, divorce, female leaders, and a society that gave women far more power and autonomy than medieval Europe or many other ancient civilizations. This is going to challenge assumptions about traditional gender roles. You absolutely don't want to miss this one. I'm your host, Amit. This is Mythos Amit Raj. And remember, Pintado tattoos weren't just body art. They were history, identity, achievement, and honor, written permanently on skin. If this exploration story of tattoos fascinated you, hit that like button, subscribe to Mythos Amikraj. We've got 19 more episodes exploring ancient Philippines, and every single one reveals something remarkable about this forgotten civilization. Turn on notifications so you catch episode 12. Drop a comment. We asked about personal tattoos and their meanings. Share your stories. And what do you think about the idea of having to earn each tattoo through actual achievements? Could that system work in modern society? Share this video with anyone interested in tattoo culture, warrior traditions, Filipino heritage, or body art history. This is a fascinating piece of cultural history that deserves to be remembered and understood. See you for episode 12, Women in Ancient Philippines. Keep exploring, keep learning, and never forget that sometimes the most important histories are written not in books, but on the bodies of those who lived them.
Easier, smarter, and way cooler. The all-new electric Nissan Leaf. MSRP starting at $29,990.
I'm in the center of this massive body of water, the Pacific Ocean. Something incredible happened here about 800 years ago. In a seemingly unbelievable coincidence, two archaeological wonders just appeared in the Pacific. One, Easter Island, where seafarers erected giant stone heads. And the other, the even more enigmatic civilization that built a place called Namako. A legendary complex of man-made islands and stone structures built right into the coral reef. That's where I'm headed.
My name is Albert Lin, and I look at the world in a unique way. I use 21st century technology to look back into the past.
Check that out. I can actually fly through the secret ancient world.
With lasers and scan deserts, to avoid dense jungle canopy, and scour the oceans to uncover the hidden worlds beneath.
We're wading into uncharted waters. Now I have the military helping me find lost cities.
You design us in the most awe-inspiring places on Earth.
That's where pixels become reality.
That fill in the gaps in our story. Who we are, where we came from, and the brilliance that we're capable of.
Here we are in the 13th century.
This is carved out of the earth, huh?
This is the new golden age of exploration.
You know this, Prince?
Pohnpei Island, Micronesia. One of the most isolated places on Earth. Almost 1,000 miles from the nearest landmass. It's taken 4 flights and over 28 hours of travel just to get here. Time to go. My contact is local historian Gus Kohler.
Thanks, brother. How was the trip? Amazing. Yeah, amazing.
What is Nanmadol?
Nanmadol was once the residence of the ruling Saburol dynasty, about 600 to 800 years ago. It's an ancient city. You'll be amazed at the know-how that they had to build the city in the water.
I heard it's an ancient wonder, rivaling Easter Island or Machu Picchu. But very little is still visible. So I'm bringing technology that will strip away the mangroves and reveal its scale. It's an explorer's dream.
We're superstitious people. We believe that it's invested by experience. So we will have to, first of all, go to the king or the monarchy, as they refer to, and ask for his protection and permission to enter the site. This is the custom that we do here. There's been rumors of people dying when they don't follow protocol.
Dying?
Yes.
This really happened?
It did. So we'll have to get permission. We will have to do what we call a sakao ceremony.
The sakao is pounded on a special stone to create a powerful metallic pipe used for religious rituals. I know that other Pacific Islanders use cacao in a similar way. I have to drink that.
The purpose of our presentation before our king is to ensure that the spirits of our ancestors welcome you when you visit Nanmado. Albert,
My parents are hungry right now. My whole mouth is numb. I'm going to bed. I can barely get my tongue right now. All who wish to enter Namdol must pay their respects. The spirits were hoping to appease are those of the Sabador, the legendary rulers who arrived here 800 years ago and held a mysterious power over the island's population, those who built Namdol.
We come here with a feeling of honor to be here in your land. Thank you.
Ceremony complete. The full power of this cacao drink kicks in.
Yeah, I got you.
I see like double. It's intense. It's intense. But the most important thing is the king of this land said that he protects us, which means we're a go. So tomorrow, it's on. And I'm adult.
This is it, Albert. Welcome to the jungle. We are on sacred grounds right now. We're just beginning to see part of the structures.
I've never seen anything like this.
Welcome to Nanmadol.
Only a tiny fragment of the legendary Salvador city can still be seen. Mangroves choke whatever else remains. Now, new technology can help unlock the secrets of this place. How and why it was built, and just how big it really is.
It's incredible, isn't it? I was born here, and every time I come up here, I'm always amazed. Always. This is the main ceremonial center of Nanmadol.
It's a temple to the island's ancient rulers, constructed from pillars of basalt rock. 800 years ago, this place would have been bustling with hundreds of priests, attendants, and the feared Salvador kings.
Must have been some superpowered humans to build this, huh? Well, this area was meant only for the elite. It was the only time in our history that we were ruled by one person. Almost like a dictator, so he was able to command all the people on the island to come and assist in the building of Nanmadol.
Is that more rocks over there?
Yes, that's an outer wall. Built all the way to the edge of the reef.
Yeah, you can see the reef breaking right there.
Exactly.
It's massive.
To get to grips with this city in the sea, we need to work out the full extent of it. And that can only be done from above.
I think we have to scan this, with the drone, and maybe we can start to really map out all these different features.
Okay, so this is where we're at right now. There are 90 plus structures, all man-made. From here, all the way down south. Yes,
It's all the way there?
Yes.
Such a huge area.
There is huge.
You can't see anything. It's all mangrove. But the mangroves here 800 years ago?
No, I doubt it. It's been abandoned for a long time, so the mangroves just cool.
Would have been easy to map it then. It is now. That's why we have LiDAR, right?
Yeah,
We need the mangroves. Pick it up.
My drone team began the first of more than 40 planned flights. We're scanning this whole area, almost half a square mile, twice the size of the Vatican City. We want to strip back the jungle canopy and reveal the rest of the city. I'm going back to explore the gigantic building that Gus showed me. Find out more about the people who built this place.
Why is there so little known about people that built this incredible monument?
The reason there is so little known is because there's not a written system to express ideas. It was through oral tradition, which are exactly, those are stories handed down generation to generation. And no person can tell the entire story because there's the belief that if they tell the whole story that they will die. They're no longer useful.
How was this place built? I can't imagine how a human effort could actually carry these stones all the way to the top of this building.
It's really not clear to us how it was done, the physics part of it. One legend talks about magic being used to lift the rocks and bring them over here so they would fly.
Magic flew these rocks here.
That's right.
This whole expedition is something else. I'm a scientist, a technologist. I deal in facts. Finding out how they actually built this is going to be a challenge. But deeper into the ritual complex, we spot something familiar.
Here, we have a Sakao powder stone. Remember from the Sakao ceremony with the Nanmaki? You can tell because of the circular wear pattern.
So you're telling me that people used to sit around this stone and pound Sakao right at the entrance to this complex. This is like a gateway sort of ceremony.
It's like a rite of passage. It's how you get to know people.
And this is the same thing that's been going on for centuries.
Yeah, at least centuries, if not 1,000 years.
At the very center, the true purpose of this stone monument is revealed.
Wow. This tomb housed the bones of the Sauro, the leader at the time for the whole island.
How were they found? Do you know?
Some of them were inside of the walls, between the rocks.
It wasn't a single body found here, but the partial remains of many people, perhaps spanning generations.
What do you know about the Saurors?
The stories tell us that the Saurors had a bit of a bad reputation, and they didn't exactly treat everyone so well.
And this is literally the heart of the whole complex.
It sits within a huge tomb district at this end of Amadol, the Valley of the Kings, on water.
Yeah, it's very different than the stone heads of each island. But just like there, this place, right here, was built to honor the spirits of the dead. Spirits of the locals believe still reside here.
The tombs we can see are only a fragment of Amadol. Our LiDAR scans should reveal a whole lot more. Hidden, somewhere under half a square mile of tropical jungle, lies the ancient city of Amadol. Our laser scanned the area with LiDAR to create a blueprint of the city. To uncover its structures and help us understand why this outdoor king built it.
Hacking through the jungle, taking this massive drone, and launching from every point they could in a methodical grid pattern. It's going to take some time for the processing to finish so that we can remove the trees. So we've got the first scans in, let's pull them in. Oh, wow. That's really awesome, isn't it? Even before we remove the trees, you get a sense of this network of geometric shapes that define the human structures, right? You can already see faintly here, 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 and then here's the main site that you took me to earlier. So you can already sort of piece together this whole city, or what was once there.
It's a glimpse into an ancient city of tombs and temples.
Yeah, see, what is this? Look how straight those lines are. You see that? Look at that. They're perfectly uniform.
It's such a regular shape, but that can't be natural.
That's incredible. I want to check them out.
The landroom is really dense. So, I mean, there's no way for us to walk in there. It's impossible. Unless you go by a boat.
I checked Allstate first, saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see if anyone was watching before I stole cotton candy from a child. Well, at least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds.
Let's get ready to DoorDash! I don't believe what I'm seeing. Ooh, full contact delivery right there. Los nachos, mi amiga. Oh, Colin official. Say hello to his little wing. What the ramen? I hope he added extra napkins to his order. He's got this bite in the bag. When the bell rings, DoorDash is here.
Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Gel magnifies the power of hyaluronic acid.
Sylvania's headlight experts want to demonstrate just how much visibility your car's headlight bulbs can lose before burnout. So we've taken away 50 feet of visibility from this walk home. Don't wait until burnout. Let an auto parts professional of these retailers find your...
We're headed back to the Amadol now. This time by sea.
ang nadarama. Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya. Ngunit sa pagmulat, akala ko'y nandyan ka na, panaginip lang pala. Bakit ba ganyan ka? Sana ang panaginip ay maging isang buhay na imahe sa aking harapan. Magkatotoo sana, o aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya o panaginip. Kailan ka magiging tunay? Sa hinaharap ng aking puso, magkaroon ng kulay. Kahit sa panaginip lang, puso'y nagtatagpo. Isang tunay na pag-ibig ay kailan magiging totoo hanggang muli. O aking panaginip, kaulayaw sa gabi. Isang tunay na pag-ibig, puso'y nagtatagpo kahit sa panaginip. Ang pag-ibig na ito, sana'y di maglaho. Ay, naku, isang umaga na naman. Sa pagkising, ikaw pa rin ang nasa isip. Bawat sandali, pati sa pagtulog, ikaw ay nasisilayan. Kasama sa panaginip, anong sarap sa pakiramdam mo, aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya. Ngunit sa pagmulat, akala ko'y nandyan ka na, panaginip lang pala. Bakit ba ganyan ka? Sana ang panaginip ay maging isang buhay na imahe sa aking harapan. Magkatotoo sana, o aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya o panaginip. Kailan ka magiging tunay? Sa hinaharap ng aking puso, magkaroon ng anong sarap sa pakiramdam mo aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya. Ngunit sa pagmulat, akala ko'y nandyan ka na, panaginip lang pala. Bakit ba ganyan ka? Sana ang panaginip ay maging isang buhay na imahe sa aking harapan. Magkatotoo sana, o aking mahal. Bakit ganito ang nadarama? Ayaw kang mawaglit kahit sa paglalakbay ng diwa. Espiritu ko'y nagtatagpo sa tuwing ikaw ay nakikita. Isang ngiti ang kapalit, tunay na ligaya o panaginip. Kailan ka magiging tunay sa hinaharap ng aking puso? Magkaroon ng kulay kahit sa panaginip lang. Puso'y nagtatagpo, isang tunay na pag-ibig ay kailan magiging totoo hanggang muli. O aking panaginip, kaulayaw sa gabi, isang tunay na pag-ibig. Puso'y nagtatagpo kahit sa panaginip. Ang pag-ibig na ito sana'y di maglaho. In the glimpse of God Almighty eyes, we seriously love all the time. He made all things for us to enjoy what He just created, the tangible and intangible matters so-called life. For God so loved the world that He gave His only Son, for whoever believes in Him will not perish but to have an eternal life. So how we can see so-called eternal life if this life not taken care of? And so my brothers and sisters, for His power and the kingdom are now in us, and forever never neglect nor refuse to look forward. What the life be enjoyed that God has said for us, for our beliefs not embrace, and so life needs matter in us. Life, how great it is through all your mind, words and soul need to enter the glory of His Holy Spirit spread in our veins, made more sense of His sacrifices to the cross. Dear brothers and sisters, let's rejoice, for we will be binded as one for one day, the glory of His Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Rejoice of His life existence, made us stronger day by day, for His made sense only if we believe that He is there on the next second coming of our very own God who died from the cross. Let's transfer the good news of the Lord, and let be excited too, for He is coming, and be blessed to experience the love of His greatness. Arrival for is to the entire world and